Hello. Hi. What the heck? Thank you. Hi. How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? Thanks for tuning in. We're gonna start case 5. We're gonna start case 5. We're gonna start case 5. This is the most gentle soul Barvatar. He is cutting your salary. But this was by I wrote that W Tile posted in the Barry Cord. Thank you, Tile. This brings so much joy and reduction in salary in equal measure. Thank you. This one at least feels bad about it. Don't post miles, man. Why not? Wait, we're getting paid? Yeah, chat, right? You're all getting your checks to be here and chat in the chat to make my stream look artificially boosted, right? You're getting this, right? Oh. We're gonna go. We're gonna do. We got a whole lot of lawyering to do. Or not lawyering? I don't know. We're getting paid? Getting paid in exposure. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. I'm not a bot at all, beep boop. 4 years of back pay. You want to see the big boss fight? Yes. Oh my god, yes. Oh my gosh, yes. Show me the lad. Show me the gentleman. I've been bribed for 7 long years. Become ungovernable. Ungovernable. Yeah. No, he's stanced up. What the fuck did you just say about? What is he so pissed about? Me when paramedic tells me not to eat the spider I found in the corner. This is exceptional. Thank you. Tune in to SGDQ for a chance to win that, I guess. Anyway, let me get caught up with stuff so we can get into it. The chat has informed me that this case is a lot. We're probably not gonna finish it today. That's fine. But I want to get going. I'm not gonna talk about blueprints for an hour. I'm not gonna talk about some unrelated tweet I saw or something. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Someone took his frogs. My goddamn frogs. First of all, that's why I always say, sometimes I mean it. Between streams, with some subs and resubs. From Mint Leaf Mage, Big Cave Monster, Mateo Salta, TFK Wall with 66 months. Enjoy your Kiwi Key. I'm a Scary Monster, Medduax, and Zebron. Thank you all very, very much. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Of course, we do have a brand new emote as of a couple days ago. Bar Pal. Can we have Miles Jam for the end of this game? No, I've added like 10 emotes in the last week. That's too many. Thank you, though. Roll credits and blueprints in 22 hours and I have 150 hours in coming. Yeah. I am done. I said I wasn't talking about it. I am done. I finished. I got the last trophy I was missing. I uninstalled the game. And now I count the seconds until the dev releases a patch that's like, we've fixed the game. Now that I'm done. Thank you. I clearly know this. Don't worry about it. I'm not talking about it. It's neat though. Skyward Lee, thanks for 27. Can't wait for this to take 3 streams. We'll see. Thank you. Alavi, thank you for. I believe that was $100 Australian. I think that's what the means, which translates to 6409. It's kind of like nice. Thanks for streaming. Neat stuff over the years, having VODs for overseas folks like me. Stoked that you're doing investigations, plus you letting us experience your first time with Ace Attorney, Ghost Trick, etc. Hope you enjoy more silly PS2 stuff like Raw Danger someday too. What the heck is Raw Danger? What is Raw Danger? What the fuck is this? This is some kind of shit that I would pick up on the shelf in Hollywood Video and be like, nah. Huh. Yeah, if you want to recommend it, I got a form for that. Because I will forget. But this is apparently the vibe. Huh. The danger is very raw. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Thanks for that, of course, you're welcome. We had a Blockbuster in my hometown growing up. And it was kind of ass. No shade to the mega corporation that no longer really exists, but it just wasn't really managed well. It was kind of always a mess. And then a Hollywood Video opened up literally across the street, which was rad, and we would go there instead. It was much smaller, but the vibe was better. Like, the employees were better incentivized to give a shit, I guess. I don't know what it was. But yeah, we're going to do. Netflix is a fad. It's not going to stick around. Are we copping the present? I believe we are finally. Well, technically, we're still before the events of Case 1. Because I think Case 4 ended with time to go to my office. Right? We'll get caught up. Hold on. Go streaming with a train. I'm streaming with a train? What? Choo-choo. The Alpha Funk Man. Thanks for 29. Chat, do not post this, Miles Man. It's important. This game was made in like 2010, so it's the past, right? Remember when Netflix mailed us movies? Yep. Train stream when? Played games with trains in them. What the fuck was Case 4, though? It was a flashback that explained actually explained a lot of things. They gave us a lot more context for the minor mysteries that have been floating around the background. I feel like there's more narrative purpose for Case 5 now. It seems like some Ace Attorney games, a lot of Ace Attorney games, if not most of them, like to have their final case be like, we're wrapping up everything that's been bubbling in the background, and it's all in one mega case. But this one, it's not been my favorite Ace Attorney game. It's had some strong moments, for sure. But it feels like it's done a pretty good job having the game every case is its own, bubble of what you care about and what's interesting, but each one has kind of left us breadcrumbs. And the last one, case 4 most of all, has pointed towards like what we should care about. It's not just like, oh, okay, Faraday's the Atakarasu and she's talking about her dad.
I am not having a single thought.
Whoa.
I am not having a single thought. Hey yo, I just have
Delicious
a brain. I don't know what I'm saying, and I'm not having a single thought.
Thank you for the hammy bagel teeth. I'm not, that is the perfect RNG for Ace Attorney. Thank you. So that was so good. Yeah. We had some good Francisca and Edgeworth. Edgeworth standing there, dissociating for 5 hours to remember what he met K 5 years ago.
I may not give my life for honor.
I may not give my life for honor.
But I would gladly give for you.
I would gladly give for you.
And when I hunger for a tree frog,
And when you hunger for a tree
I'm
frog,
still in a dream, snake eater.
Thank you for the hammy. Double hammy. Snake. Thank you. Final case, Rico. 5 leisure. Appreciate it. A2 fan translation was a great time. Yeah, I've heard it's good. But I'm probably going to stick to the official translation for the sake of streaming. But I'm excited eventually to learn more about the fan translation, because what I've heard of it, just vaguely in passing since consuming the Ace Attorney brain rot a couple years ago. So good. How many thoughts on Francisco change for the games? I mean, I like her a lot better now, naturally. I think she's a very, very, very good example of what I perceive to be... What is happening? Thank you. Thanks for the classic, Hammy. This gives me time to collect my thoughts. It was just something that I noticed within Ace Attorney 6. Everyone was like, every Ace Attorney fan in the chat, with some exceptions, of course. Most people were just like, I hate Nayuta. He's garbage man, and he barely gets any redemption at the end of the game, and that's not enough. And I'm like, that's every prosecutor in the series. Because I've kind of, I've taken breaks between them. I haven't speedran them, but I've played them in a much more compressed timeline over the last couple of years. And I think that perspective has helped me see it that way, where, almost every single game, Ace Attorney 1, I'm like, fuck Miles, this guy sucks. At the very end of the game, he's like, my feelings. And then that sort of percolates over the rest of the series, the franchise. You get little tidbits of him kind of softening as a character and learning more about him. But most of that game, he just stands in your way, and he's an asshole, and he's just completely, irredeemably an asshole to Phoenix the entire time. That's Francisca. I mean, Godot is so charismatic. He's like the exception for me. Even when he's being a jerk, you can't help but love him, I think. But I mean, obviously, it's subjective. But almost every prosecutor is just kind of annoying and obnoxious and has a thing that I'm like, this sucks. And Francisca just actually physically assaulting everyone is a very distinct step where I'm like, this sucks actually. And then you get more of her backstory, and then you see more of the softening, and then you get more of a three-dimensional view of her, and she's a more interesting character. But every Ace Attorney has that problem. It's not really a problem, though, because the solution would be to speedrun their plot development, but that runs in contrast to what their function is in the game. So it's done well that within each game, there's a new prosecutor, they stand in your way, and at the end of the game, over the course of the game, you learn a little more about them, makes them more interesting. But the game sort of ends at, like, the first step towards them being a more interesting redeeming character. And the future games build upon that more as they show up in other contexts. And Nayuta doesn't have that because he's, you know, only in the last game. So I just found it fascinating that so many people hate Nayuta so passionately. Like, yeah, he sucks. He gets in your way. He blows up your brain with his beads. Like, he does all kinds of stuff that's just obnoxious. He's a very dry character. He's not as quirky in some ways as some of the other prosecutors, but it doesn't matter to me. I'm like, where he ends up is the first step to a more interesting three-dimensional character. We just haven't seen more follow-through on that. So it's like Franziska, I feel the same way, that in the first game she showed up, everyone's like, oh, we love her, yeah, and I'm like, she sucks. Now, many, many games later, yeah, she's more interesting, I like her, but at the time, it's just like, Clavier's just vibing. Clavier and Godot are probably my favorite in terms of they show up, they stand in your way, but like, especially Clavier, because Godot, you feel the sense that it's personal, but you're just like, what's this dude's deal? Whereas Clavier's just like, man, I'm just vibing. Like, he stops you and he gets your way and he points out the flaws of your logic. And it's like, stop, just let me have this. But he's just jamming. He's just doing his job. But he's like happy to be like, nah, all right, you got it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. If the roles were reversed, we'd say the same thing about, who was that? It went away. Same thing about Karma. Maybe. Man, I just work here, right? Godot starts the thing and still kind of sucks at the game because of his character. Well, yeah, Godot / Diego is just like one of the most flawed characters, and that's what makes him great. It was me. I did the thing, and by it. Yeah, anyway. He starts sucking, but yeah, that's what I heard. I saw her as a brat until the end where I thought she crossed the line with Adrian, and then we see she's complex because of her abusive dad. Right. Which, again, the more things you learn about a character like Franziska, the more compelling and sympathetic they become. I still don't know if it justifies her physically whipping everyone all the time. Like, it's still just the thing where I'm like, I get it. I know what they're going for. When the lady goes kwacha and has a whip, like, I get it. But just in a courtroom whipping the judge, he's like, oh, okay, I'll do what you say. It's just like, fuck this. So yeah, it's part of what's fun about Ace Attorney though, is it's like it takes the trappings of law and court and just warps it beyond recognition into wacky land. So it's fun. I'm shocked it was Nick who started the Dark Age a lot, right? And even then, was it him? The thing about her and Adrian is kind of, yeah. This is the Tao character for sure. I mean, her entire thing is about her being, she's the next in line for the Von Karma lineage, whatever, blah blah. Yeah. So this series is a shitpost, a very elegant shitpost. Edgewood begins helping at the end of case 3 in the first game. We spent a whole case unpacking trauma. Now the other prosecutors got to kind of focus. Yeah, I mean, some get not quite comparable. Some of them do get that. I mean, like Godot, for example, gets a fair amount of unpacking. But you're right that like the first game spent a good amount of time breaking down Miles and making him, you know, that more interesting character. Even still, I just remember just in the final bits of that game still being like, oh my god, leave me alone. So, you know, even finishing that game, I was like, okay, I get why chat and the internet like him so much, but it still feels like extreme. But again, many games later, just having him show up a little bits and pieces a long time, just little breadcrumbs, learning more things about him. Yeah, most of it's in game 1, but like, for me, it's about having him show up much later and having just like a different angle of his character, I think is what has more endeared me to him. If I played Investigations right after playing Ace Attorney 1, I'd be like, I don't want to be Miles. This sucks. Whereas instead I'm like, oh, there he goes. Look at him. Even though he's like, you know, this is him at a different point in the timeline, especially the flashback stuff, but I think it's well done. So anyway, cool motive, still murder. Well, yeah, exactly. These games, I think, typically do a good job with the more fleshed out murderers. like a lot of them are just like, oh, I killed them, it was me. It's like probably most are just in that camp of like, okay, you got me, dang it, I thought I'd get away with it if it weren't for you meddling kids. But sometimes you have things like Godot, where it's like, you see where it was like a crime of passion, or you see where, you know, things just spiraled out of control and then they tried to fix things and it got even worse, and you know, it makes the characters feel more human. But it's still, at the end of the day, it's still like, but it's murder. The game never goes as far to be like, this was a good thing that this murder happened. There's always like there's always a wrinkle of just like, it still sucks. It still is bad. They never have the victim, you know, even when the victim's like implicated in other crimes, it's like, well, he died before he could give his testimony. You know, there's always stuff to it. So anyway, I said I was gonna, you know, be quick, and then chat called it. Alafunkman said, do not post Miles Man, and chat has been really good about not doing that. Space Queen Leisha, thanks for 53 months. If my salary's cut anymore, I won't be able to buy this sub with my yearly bonus. Bar pal. I mean, since Twitch raised the price of a sub from $5 to $6, Gumshoe can't afford a sub with his $5 annual bonus. That's so tragic. Gumshoe can't post Bar pal. What sadder thing could there be? I mean, on the other hand, though, he got his annual bonus on only 1 week into the job. But it was $5. But he'd only been on the job for a week. I don't know about you. I've never had a job where I've got an annual bonus a week into the job, let alone a year into the job. Disastrous Techie, thanks for 100 bits. Barbell. Ahime Real, thanks for 35 months. Apparently, Twitch now shows when there's a hype train in your follow list. Looks like you're co-streaming with a train. I mean, I've seen for a bit. Maybe they changed the way it looks. They for a while they've had it where in the follow list, if someone has an active hype train, there's a little thing that shows up. They just announced the other day that they're adding shared hype trains. So if you're doing the feature where you're streaming together, if one of you, I'm not really sure how it works, but like if one of you triggers a hype train, it shows everyone in everyone's chats that there's a hype train, and anyone can contribute to it. And they're like, there's a couple hype train emotes that are exclusive, but it's like, why is Twitch still pushing co-stream this co-stream so hard? Like, a lot of my friends either are ambivalent. A lot of my friends who stream are either ambivalent or like actively don't like the feature and the way that's implemented. I just miss squad stream, and it's fine. It's okay. But if they change the way it looks, I haven't been on Twitch too much today, so I haven't seen the UI change. What I have seen is that they updated a bunch of category art pieces. They're not good. It's a little bit like, oh, change is bad. Like, I remember when they changed the category icons like 5 years ago. But yeah, they used AI for a bunch of them, and it just looks so bad. It's like, even if this was done by a person, the art direction of it, I'm like, you know, I have my complaints. But it's like the fact that it was clearly just like AI crap that they didn't even touch up is like, Twitch, what are we doing? What are we doing? It sucks. Anyway, Bagel T, thanks for hanging. I'm currently on a Greyhound bus for the next 4+ hours. Thank God you're streaming. I hope it's a good bus. Good luck. And safe travels. 5 Leisure, thanks for the hammy as well. Final case, here we go. Alan Brandis. Give us up to Echo the Blue. LV with the classic hammy. A wee hammy. For the road back to Vodland, I think I did suggest that game in the Rec Talks before. Oops, if there's a double up, no worries. I'm already happy with all the weird, neat games you let us learn about. Also, oof, ow, AUD conversion rates. Real. Seriously real. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. And hope you're going to enjoy the VODs. Ozul, thanks for 50 bits. I do wish Francisca toned down the whipping in this game. Admittedly, I think she only hits Edgeworth once in the original trilogy, unless you make terrible answers in court. In this game, it's every other line. This game struggles a bit with the Flanderization. Some characters, they bear it better than others, but generally, there's a fair bit of Flanderization where characters are sort of... Like, again, it was really clear with Emma for me when she showed up in case 3. Yeah, it was case 3. Where she's like, science, science, I love science. And like, yes, she's younger than the most recent time I've seen her, but she wasn't that aggressive about it in Ace 21, from what I remember. She was super into forensic science and excited to do her things, but she wasn't saying the word science in every other sentence. It just felt like too simple, so... Anyway, I mean, it fits like her being younger, but it seemed more extreme than when she first showed up, which would have been younger than now. So that's why I'm like, no. I guess no, technically, this was the youngest, because this is that case was before. Anyway, you know my point. It's fine. It was still fun to see her. It's just like, yeah, there's some characters that are like, this was my thing, so I'm doing it all the time. Lane, thanks for 100 bits. Just built an O'Reilly Auto Parts in my Cobblemon SMP. Congratulations. Also, thanks for 50 bits. There should be a case for Francisca's the defendant, and the murder occurred on April 1st, leading everyone to be uncertain about whether or not she actually did it, which only makes her angrier. That'd be good. GMSec, thanks for 38 months. I don't know half of these games half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of these games half as well as they deserve. Bilbo Wright. On my 111th stream of this franchise. Goodbye. For Pangela Montanari, they gifted a sub to Agui Sama. Alan Barris gifted a sub to Dick Gumshoe. He can bar pal. Thank you. And Neb Crazy, thanks for 4 years. According to my calculations, that's equal to or greater than 1 year. You have to show your work. I don't accept just the answer in chat. Thank you for the prime. I hope you enjoy. Welcome back. It's frying my brain a little bit. You don't like the Pac-Man? It's Pac-Man. We're gonna switch to video game now. She laid hard on the science thing. Ace she has more promise to talk about other things. Yeah, because she was around for the entire case. So there was more back and forth. That maybe if I went back, I'd be like, no, she actually just is that aggressive about science. But in that case, she only stands around one crime scene and is like, let me scan the footprints for you, so. Right? Club fix? After reruns because there's so really any new. Okay. I'm not gonna do those. What does Flanderized mean? Ned Flanders is Homer Simpson's neighbor in The Simpsons. And when he shows up for the first time in the first couple seasons, he's like, yeah, there he is. He's like, you know, he's got his little quirks, his little mannerisms. He's like, how diddly doodly. And over the course of a dozen, 24 seasons, he just became more and more of a caricature of himself. So if you look at him more, I mean, I don't know if it's still, I haven't watched a Simpsons episode in a long time. But if you look at like early 2000s, mid 2000s, Ned Flanders, he's gonna be just like extremely over the top, just like very aggressive. Sometimes he is bearing on the plot, but just like taking a tiny little thing and just stretching it to be like, that's his whole character now. And it's become Flanderization as a term for just this like, instead of this more well-rounded character. I mean, he still was, I don't know. For some reason, he's the poster child for that symptom of a long-running character kind of just being defined by a single quirk when they originally weren't as. Originally, neighbor was irritatingly perfect and kind of comparison to Homer was rude and dumb. He became aggressively Christian out with a speech impediment. Yeah. Yeah, they lean much heavier into the Christian side of it, too. Yeah. That's a good point as well. When you become the bit, yes. It's less about him being a contrast to Homer, more about him just being extremely over the top. Anyway, case 5. Go video game. Go gadget video game. I wish I could start my stream by telling my beep boop AI inside of my computer. Go gadget stream, and everything shuts down. That'd be great. That's the future I want. Let's get back into it. I don't know what the hell is happening. Did you? We had a go gadget. The air is now mayonnaise. I can't breathe that. What if we didn't think about what happened and just started the case? K Faraday was so in the flashback we learned that the defense attorney whose name is eluding me, the one who laughs a lot with the scale earrings, she claimed to be the Yatagarasu and then ran out of a courthouse without being stopped by anyone. Thank you. No, that wasn't me, chat. That was the lady in the video game. Callisto Yu, which not her real name, naturally. And she was like, yes, I did the murder, haha. And then Kay's like, no, actually my dad who was murdered was the real. She had a gun. None of the bailiffs, none of the detectives, none of the... We know that they have guns. They just let her go. I don't know. It doesn't matter. She needed to leave for plot purposes. So, you or me? Wait, but yeah, so we have Kay Faraday, whose dad was murdered. She claims that he was the real Yatsugarasu because he was like a Robin Hood of corporate secrets and distributing back to the people. Place for field security, right? No one. Do you want base 3? Guards don't have guns prepared for you. Then how come they get nervous whenever Detective Bad reached into his pocket and pulled out a mirror? Anyway. Also, Gumshoe has a gun. We know he gave it to Pearl. He definitely has a gun. Anyway. So yeah, I don't really know what the details of the current case are going to be, but presumably it's going to tie back into case 1, where that old case was taken. Because there was also, right, because there was what was it, GD8? Whatever the case number was. The case that we saw in case 4 was the second one of that 7 years ago. 3 years prior to that was the original case, which I'm assuming we're going to learn more about in this case. It was KG8. Gumshoe doesn't like guns. He doesn't like blood. He doesn't like a lot of things. He shared a Swiss roll, baby K. It was really cute. We don't have to defend a small mistake. It's fine. Case the links her dad was real right. So there might be two of them, or maybe she was lying. I mean, she wasn't lying about murdering a man, but there's presumably more going on than we know. Anyway, let's just. I'm sure it'll make sense, right? Right, chat. It's just gonna make sense. Turnabout ablaze. Turnabout ablaze. A raging inferno of turning about in a circle. Two cards. One of the Black Raven. And one of the White Raven. I didn't even realize that those were inversions of each other. A country torn in two. One to the west. Burger. And one to the east. The other one I named forgot. Kofibian. When those which were split and made whole again. The truth will reveal itself. East and west. The beginning of the Cold War. Oh. Oh? Okay. Alright. It's the Yatagarasu. Get him. Oh! The shadow. You, accursed Yatagarasu K, you! 8 hours earlier. The country of copium and the country of burger. Oh my god, look. Oh, wow. Oh, we gotta just look at that for a moment. That's good. We're finally after case 1. We did it. It's 10/17 on that same day. Did he clean up the blood? I guess he did, must have. Alright. It's so nice, almost dreamlike, to finally have the chance to relax and sip some tea. Especially after what a whirlwind the past few days have been. He even put his chest set back together. On my return flight, I was dragged into a case involving an Interpol agent's murder. The next day, I investigated a kidnapping and a murder at the Gatewaterland theme park. And later that night, the detective's dead body welcomed me back to my office. Along with a thief who was out to pilfer files related to a case from 10 years ago. How did I manage to find myself in the middle of so many cases back to back? How did he clean up the gunshot, the bullet hole in his frame? Did he have a second spare frame? He must have. At least I have today. All I ask is that I be allowed to spend it quietly. Mr. Edgeworth! Oh, just assumed it was Gumshoe. It's been a long week. Past the yowie. This is big, big, I tell you. Froggy? What's wrong with you? Where's your enthusiasm? And suddenly the phrase, the fragility of dreams, comes to mind. What are you talking about, fragile dreams? Come on, let's go. The fake Yatagarasu isn't going to just find herself, you know. Well, if you must know, it's possible that I was paid a visit last night by your fake. Say what? No, that was me. I was pulling a prank. Unfortunately for us, the thief managed to escape. But even now, we're still looking for this criminal. However, I must warn you that we've only had a few hours to search so far. So I must insist that you be patient on this one, Kay. What's with you today? Are you sure you aren't sleep talking to me right now? Anyway, I've got something much more important that I want you to see. And that is... a gun. Take a look at this. Card to Embassy. Evening edition. On March 14th, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. That's quite a bold declaration to send to an embassy. I suppose it was inevitable that a newspaper would catch wind of this. The date the card mentions is today. Today, huh? Come on, we gotta hurry. The embassy awaits. I suppose it is quite an urgent matter. However, do you know which country's embassy we should be investigating? It's some really special country, and I'm actually really fuzzy on the details. But never mind that. Where's all your energy? Why are you so lackadaisical today? I'm not, Kay. You're just too wound up. Well, then you should get too wound up, too. Because this just might be our chance to catch that woman. You mean Miss Yu? The woman who killed Kay's father, Bern Faraday, 7 years ago. My secret burger sauce. I like how they didn't make a huge point about the blood with the bag. But I just really like the detail that she used it as evidence, turned it into a knife, and that explains the blood with the bag. It's just like, usually they hit you over the head with, how did this happen? It's a puzzle. And this one, they're like, oh, by the way, that's how that happened. Callisto Yu. She claimed to be the great thief, Yatagarasu. I gotta have a sip of my tea now. It's more immersive with Miles if I drink my tea when he's drinking tea. And then disappeared from the courtroom. And our lives. She makes me so mad. The phony. Everyone knows the real Yatagarasu would never send something like a calling card. Until a company's underhanded dealings are made public, the target is always totally unaware that the Yatagarasu has paid them a visit. That's what makes the real Yatagarasu so awesome. The Yatagarasu's card that's shown in this article looks to me as though it could be genuine. See, that's the thing. Whoever it is, that person isn't the real deal, but has knowledge of the Yatagarasu. If this isn't a clue to that woman's involved, then nothing is. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, out the door you go. Wait, there are a few preparations I must make before we go. There's something interesting about this card we found last night here in my office. It's of a different color than the one in the article, which makes me wonder why. Maybe there's 3 Yatagarasu. What's up? Any reason why you're boring a hole through the newspaper with your eyes? No reason at all. I don't believe you. Very well. Seeing as how Miss Yu is also someone of a special nature to me, I agree there's some merit to be found in investigating this. I knew you'd come around. Let's go. We'll take my car. What's that thumping around the trunk? It just does that sometimes. 5 p.m. Theatrum Neutralis. By the light of this night's glorious moon. Whoa! There's a baby steel samurai ready to embark on our nightly outing. And this is where our tale begins. Woo! You woo! The child, the prophecy. Oh my god. What a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theater inside a foreign embassy? What? Okay. Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out. Suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television. I have to say, though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have 2 countries sharing the same building. Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theater is special in that it is a neutral zone shared by the 2 countries. They have a DMZ inside their embassy? So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the 2 countries. Burger? The one that's called the Kingdom of Alabast, right? That's not Burger? Yes, it would appear that the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well. Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja. The Republic of Babal is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. That's something for fangirls like me. We've totally got to see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show's gonna kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. And ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling that what she really wants to be is not a thief, but rather a ninja. So anyway, about today's event. What's it called again? The Kingdom of Alabast versus the Republic of Babal Goodwill Jubilee. I don't know if versus and goodwill often go in the same sentence, but yeah. The small European countries of the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babal. These 2 countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature. And it was called the Principality of Codopia. Together, so this has nothing to do with Borger. This is all Codopia. ABC. I do get it. Is everything all right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm all right. Moving on. A plus B equals C. After a period of civil unrest, the country split in 2 through those signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day. Codopia, huh? The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases were related to the Principality of Codopia. In the 7 years that have passed, the country may have split into 2. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here. What could it all mean? The Babal is you joke yet? I was thinking it. Babal is you and Abadal is win. Mr. Edgeworth, I knew you were thinking about something. Excuse me, what were we talking about again? If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we were talking about the Alabast versus Babal Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other, but supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. Like smooching? That's why they decided to hold this event. If that's the case, then why the versus? Also, both countries claim to own the real Primiduck statue, national treasure to both. Remember I flummoxed you with my Mario Maker 2 where you had to kill the sun itself? Not specific. I mean, I remember streaming a ton of Mario Maker 2 levels. You have to forgive me if I forgot that exact level. But thank you. That was a while ago. They're planning to have them publicly evaluated today to see which one's the real deal. Statues. It's the Orb of Amifei all over again. Okay. Need I remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires? Is the Steel Samurai a tokusatsu? The statue's not a secret clock, and now I definitely don't believe you. When it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that. She'd better be saying that in jest. I can read your body language, you know, and you've got it all wrong. Look, I'm here to do some investigating. Investigating, I tell you. I know. And although we don't know if the Yatagarasu will really make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hey there. Got a place for myself. Enjoy if and when you get to it. Oh. Miles, man. Why? Where in tarnation are they? Come on, Big Scoop. Hey, mister, out of the way. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation with her. Perhaps it'd be best if I left her alone. I did fucking name drop Lotta. Now we're only missing Larry for the God Why Are You Back quadfecta. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio's being remodeled. I read about that in the papers the other day. Remember newspapers, chat? Why couldn't it be Will? Why couldn't... Don't, yeah, no, except if Mo came back, I'd be like, yeah, it's Mo. Chat would be like, oh god, no. But that means I get to do this voice. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too. What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Monkey. Raunchy. Thanks for the pun. Definitely pronounced that right. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Never underestimate my powers of recollection. There's a flat panel, a tape deck, and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. I suppose it's so visitors can watch an episode or two at their leisure. I guess it's really just that popular, huh? Yes, although I never thought I would see it reach this level of popularity. I wonder why they decided to call on the Steel Samurai for an event like this. It's like they intended to cut the two countries apart with the samurai sword instead. Wouldn't that go against the whole point of this event? Pronounced beautifully. Thank you. Little German boy, you're standing too close to the screen. It appears the child is watching a video from the first season of the Steel Samurai. Go, go, keep on fighting until your last breath. Go, my hero, the Steel Samurai. Completely absorbed in singing the theme song, I see. I'll let the child watch in peace. I gotta go. Is there something I can help you with? I was wondering what it is beyond these doors. The Babalese embassy is just beyond these doors, sir. Do you have some business with the embassy? Do you require immediate access? No, that's quite all right. Are you sure, sir? Anyone and everyone is always welcome in the Republic of Babal. Well then, since we're here, an embassy isn't some sort of theme park, eh? You're such a buzzkill. The national flag of the Republic of Babal is on display here. The crest on it features a butterfly. It's really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal on it. Not really, I can list at least a few off for you that do. Okay, then are there any flags with really chic things on them? Chic things, that's pretty vague, okay? Although by my definition, there aren't really any flags that feature a chic object. That's too bad, because if there was, I was thinking about stealing it. What exactly would you do with a stolen national flag, Kay? There's a couple I can think of that have eagles on them. Big old birds. Most flags really don't, huh? No Sheikah objects. No Steel Samurai flag, not yet. Maybe this event's about the Steel Samurai claiming its own independence as a nation. And we're here reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis. As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say. Well, okay, that was good. Let's do one more run-through. Excuse me. When you're ready to film for real, would you mind giving me a call? I sense she didn't hear a single word I just said. Well, all right. Well, and then they'll just cut to him saying, well, and then cut away and dub him over. Mozambique features AK-47. Mozambique here? This is the perfect angle. Go, my image. Travel across the wave world and into every TV set around the globe. More honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better. He's photobombing by standing in the perfect pose. He's wearing them gloves. He's wearing them slutty gloves. There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table. Still looks weird to me. This country split into two a few years back, and they shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since. I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones, huh? I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these. What's all the hubbub about? Heck! Hey, look! It's the Steel Samurai! And he's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him. Oh my god. That poor mother. You know, I've seen a lot of these shows. Okay. Alright. I've seen a lot of these shows in a bunch of other places. Today's show was like they went for a complete comedy, know what I mean? Yeah, and that last move, the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash, I couldn't help but laugh. That Pink Princess's movements were really stiff. In the middle of the show, I could swear that I heard her hip crack. I thought that too. She has a bad hip? Seriously? Just what were they thinking? There's no graceful way to enter this conversation. How is Maya not here? 10 more minutes? No, 5 more minutes. Isn't it really bad for me to spend this time doing this? It's no use. Would someone please just tell me what I should do? You appear to be troubled by something. May I be of any assistance? Leave me alone. I'm trying to figure out just the right time to talk to that girl over there. If I mess it up, it'll be because I'm talking to you right now. Somehow I get the feeling he's about to fall flat on his face. Let's just do as he wishes and leave him alone. Bang, 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 bang. Maya's in jail right now? Gotcha. That doesn't narrow down where we are on the timeline, but yeah. The national flag of the Kingdom of Alabasta is on display here. The crest features a flower. Flowers and butterflies are kind of rare motifs for flags, don't you think? Oh, they used to be Codopia. The government used to take pride in its land. The citizens loved the rich, bountiful nature all around them, thus the design. If the Steel Samurai got popular enough, do you think they'd put him on their flag? Are you in your right mind, Kay? Or maybe the Jammin' Ninja would make a better candidate. Don't make me laugh. Only the Steel Samurai deserves such an honor. Feels like flowers aren't that uncommon. Maybe? I feel like laurel wreath kind of things in my mind. But like an actual flower. There's a lot of like state flags that have flowers. There's probably a few. Is this something I can help you with? Most flags don't feature too much crazy stuff. But then there's a handful that are like, we have this crazy sigil with 500 things in it in the middle of our flag. I was wondering what is beyond these doors. Canada has a leaf. Yeah, that's true. It's the Alabastian Embassy. Now, unless you have some business with the embassy. I suppose you can't really claim to have any business with the embassy right now. Well, you don't have to be so rude about it, Mr. Guard. So Alabast is more stuck up and Babal's like, come on in. What do you want to do? Okay, kid, the guy's behind you. You don't have to watch on TV. Okay, that's good. All right, now give me a dramatic slam right there. Stop. Hey, do you mind? Get out of the way, buddy. Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, was that my fault just now? Well, he's obviously working. I guess we should leave him alone. What's going on? Do you like my cravat? Show the people at home how many layers of cravat I have. May I speak with you for a second? It's the Steel Samurai. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you glaring at him for? Ahem. Please excuse me. It's just that I've never seen a superhero up close before. To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai Daddy? What? Married man of New Old Tokyo? Is that what that says? What? 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 It looks like he's written something down for you. To Edgeworth from Steel Samurai Daddy. Married man of Neo Old Tokyo. That's exactly, that's everything Edgeworth ever wanted. Was for the Steel Samurai to call him Daddy. What? Well, he's calling himself Daddy. An autograph. Pretty cool you got one, huh? Heh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The M's look very W-like. Which probably is significant. There's a hidden message here. I don't know what it is. But like the E in Edgeworth is clearly a different letter that was written over. It's like an L. God damn it, why is this evidence? Just let me have this. Just let me have this. And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the kingdom of Ablaze to shake the hand of the ambassador. He didn't say his name, how do you know? He just knew. It can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. There he goes, off to spread goodwill to the world. He writes left-handed. He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he? Okay, we're shooting the next segment now. Cue camera. In just a few seconds, the Jammin' Ninja stage show is set to begin. Whoa. He's pretty jamming. He looks like Cobra Commander, the fucking thing. Ninja Commander. Stage show set to begin. After the show, the Jammin' Ninja will enter the Republic of Babal. Lucy. They ever gifted us sub. Tabasco. Enjoy the emotes. Didn't the Jammin' Ninja die? He got better. He is set to meet with the ambassador of Babal at that time. Jam! The Jammin' Ninja show is about to start. They gotta get back to our seats. Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas. Well, this show will change your mind. Come on, we have to hurry. Whoa. Oh, yeah. If we miss even a second of the Jammin' Ninja's awesome playing, I'll never forgive you. He's playing for the animals. He needs to trim those guitar strings, though. This is unbecoming. Damn, the fishnet arms really goes hard. What a look. Man. Which case was he a part of? I know I've seen the Jammin' Ninja before. I don't remember what game, what the context. I am now gay. And then K burned down the embassy. 2-4, final case of 4. Gotcha. The killer. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Shelby the killer. Which was the dumbest name until Dade Man showed up. I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay? They got killed by the killer. Yeah. Dade Man. I could listen to that A Ninja Marked for Death's Lullaby song all day. His superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that's the Jammin' Ninja's greatest weapon. Those pieces of Jammin' Ninja merchandise over there, I've got to have them. I especially want the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. They're exactly like the ones the heroine, Princess Misola, wears in her hair. Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? You're thinking of going home, aren't you? Well, it doesn't seem like likely the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely it was simply a prank. No way, I just know the Yatagarasu will show. But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards. Yeah, I did, but I figured from the very beginning that this would wind up being a wild goose chase. But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card. A genuine fake. Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's mark that's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now? We got a problem. Everyone panic. The Yatagarasu's been spotted in Alabasta. What? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha! You finally decided to show yourself, you phony. I'll make you eat those words. No. Just stop. Hands out. What gives? I'm sorry, I will need to search you before you may enter. What the? Hey, the Steel Samurai just waltzed straight on through without one. Now, if you don't hurry up and let me through, my phony's going to escape. Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter the country, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm gonna enter through Babal and climb over the wall into Alabast. Why would you say that out loud next to the guard?
Hold it!
You would tell oh, she's gone. You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another. Okay, are you listening to me? I'm wagging my finger. Why is she not responding? Okay, Faraday, I'm coming through. Yes, and welcome. Someone stop her, anyone. Okay. That's the fire. Bah. Bah. Okay, where are you? Don't tell me you really did find some way over this fence. Heck! Fire! This is too big for us to handle. Looks like the Yatagarasu came to Babal too. You, accursed Yatagarasu. K, you better be alright, wherever you are. I like how the prologue set it up that he's like blaming K for this. He's like, K, I hope you're okay. Good. Well, gotcha. They got a lot of Japanifornia merchandise on the wall over there. I told you it wasn't me.
Hold it!
She's about to sneeze. Okay, are you all right? Do I look all right to you? Now, can you do something about this woman? Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, what is the meaning of this? Well, sir, it's, this. Oh, he's got the key. The police officer's standing there with his arms out. Really got me. It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu. Look, I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage. A suspicious person? A long black coat and a hood over their head. I dare you to tell me that's not sus. When I saw that person, I immediately thought that they must be the fake Yatagarasu. So I chased after them into the embassy, then into here, and then lost sight of them. But I just know that person is the one who did it. The organization. There were 13 of them. What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary. Sheena, I believe your name is correct. And if you are making an arrest, I assume you have evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime. Is that also correct? You refuse to answer? Whoa. Eyeballs. I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority. Hey, pal, just what the heck do what you just said mean? Words. If it happened here, it's under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing as how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be a part of the Republic of Babal, which means that anything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law. I just hear bebes. Is that what it's called? The Animal Crossing speech is like bebes. Giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights. E.T. rights. Extraterrestrial rights? Sir, do you really believe that the truth is out there? Oh, shit. Basically, our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. Sounds like Star Fox. That's what we agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place, which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir. Please leave this matter to Interpol's hands and go home. Yeah. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, you're not Mr. Edgeworth. In that case, allow me to join your investigation. Oh. Thought I was gonna be lying for some reason. Miss Von Karma! She hadn't bowed yet, that's why she interrupted him with a whip. Ambassador Paleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. It's really nothing. Oh, the detail on the fingers is inherently disturbing. Wow. Wow, they really went all out. Ugh. Manny was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can. In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly. Yeah, and suspicious. Franziska? Well, well, I never imagined I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning that you have no authority to conduct...
Hold it!
Already? What is it? Ambassador Paleno? And you are? I'm Miles Edgeworth, public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant. Assistant? Miles, what the heck do you think you're... Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paleno. Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. What did you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant? I don't exactly have a choice, do I, Detective? If I don't become Franziska's assistant, I can't participate in this investigation. There you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face. Franziska, please. I don't know what you're planning quite yet, but at least I do know one thing, that you are now my subordinate. I think he also knew that that would be agreeable to Franziska. Just remember that my whip is always ready to wake you should you have a brain lapse. Of course, I'll keep that in mind. My brain already hurts whenever I have a bad idea. If you're done playing games, right, let's begin the investigation. And play a game. By the way, Detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here? Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for the Babali's embassy today. Why are our police guarding an embassy? Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help, sir. And because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu these past 7 years, it was a more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, if you ask me. Except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to completely perform your guard duty yet again. Look forward to your next salary negotiation, although it's out of my hands. But sir, if it gets caught anymore, I won't be able to buy even instant noodles anymore. Oh, gumshoe. Hey, it's another butterfly. I believe it's the symbol of the Republic of Babal. Release the child. Yeah, she's still holding K. Drawing this big on the wall of an embassy. It definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. Well, I've got a lot of patriotism too, sir. The reason I became a cop in the first place was because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, Detective, however, I've yet to see the fruits of your desire. You don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. Kay, are you alright? You believe me, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't think I did it, right? Yes, of course I don't, and I promise to prove that it wasn't you. That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter of time before we take her in. It'd be wise of you to give up while you can. I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true. Go ahead and try then, if you're that confident. I can't allow this to continue this way. I must prove her innocence post-haste. Post-haste. Kay, you alright? You believe me? It didn't have a check, did it? Yeah, I guess that just doesn't get a check. Okay. He's come at me, bro. You wanna mess with me? A small personal safe. This was Mr. Cochin's office, so perhaps he stored his most important documents in here. Of course it's locked. It appears we won't be able to open it without the key. Oh, he did say post-haste, so you know what? Fair. With time travel powers? Time travel miles per hours? The key? That's some fireplace. It really gives this place a mansion-like quality, don't you think, sir? Ooh, if these are a staple in every Babali's house, I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit, too. How old are you again, Detective? Let me go. Sorry, but Interpol is still conducting its investigation beyond this point. I'm a subordinate of Miss Von Karma. Is there some reason why I'm being denied access? My superior clearly stated, don't you dare let anyone near the site. You got it. If I let you examine the site, my superior will get really angry at me. You know, Mr. Edgeworth, I feel really bad for the guy, so why don't we do as he says? I suppose we might as well. We can look at the body, though. Our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it. Manny Cochin. I heard that he was an admirable person, very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. Yeesh. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate that the fire missed our victim's body for the most part. If the fire burned a bit longer, it would have made identifying him a hassle. So Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death in the middle of a raging fire. What in the world happened inside this room? One rush to have inspected everything in the room. Is this knife the murder weapon? Some preliminary testing has been conducted. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's blood. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. Suppose this means we now know the crime was committed with this knife.
This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on it, huh, sir? This thing's practically screams artsy at me. Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing I said was artsy.
But the handle is pristine. There's not a single drop of blood on it. Speaking of the handle, I believe it has a butterfly motif. It's very beautiful. Butterfly, you say? Oh. This man, where do I know him from? It's a knife wound. It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed. There appears to be something in his pocket. This key, it can't be.
Isn't this the Atagrasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago?
But that's...
7 years ago? Oh, you mean that case where I was framed, sir?
the piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago, which was then stolen by Callisto Youth.
What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir? I thought he was killed with a knife. You're...
Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in. Franziska, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yu made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of this key's existence. I doubt that a new rookie at the time would have been made privy to such knowledge.
Ugh. I feel like the victim right now all trampled on, sir.
I suppose I'll just have to fill you in now. The secret to this key is spin. It's to hit the button. Oh, there, okay. It just had to think about it for a bit.
It's like some kind of magic trick.
I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence that Miss Yu took with her. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember this as well. It's a vine motif, isn't it? It looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade.
Vines, sirs? It looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. It's one of those six-sided stars, just like the police mark on our IDs.
I really don't think you can call these stars. I mean, from an angle. To say the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement. The real question is, why was the Babalese Embassy's secretariat holding this? While we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess this key, we do know that this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Kodopian Embassy. That's right, Mr. Faraday had written that fact down in his organizer. I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Kodopia. Why don't you ask Ambassador Paleno about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Kodopian ambassador once, long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have. Anything else on the body? On the scene of the crime? If this was indeed. There's much blood over there. There sure is a lot of blood over here. The ceiling fan must have fallen from the ceiling. Agent 47 was here.
The ceiling fan? What does one of those do?
Exactly what it sounds like it does. It's a fan that is installed on one's ceiling.
Well, if I had one of those in my room, I bet I'd go dizzy from staring at it as I slept.
Detective Gumshoe, in the real world, we close our eyes when we sleep. I thought I was gonna have some, like,
Well, I always sleep with one eye open, pal. One eye open's not enough. I sleep with both eyes open.
Mr. Edgeworth! Francis Ford Kodopia.
Is there still something on this display rack, sir?
Knives, huh? Although the blades are all that remain of them, unfortunately.
I guess the handles all got burnt off by the fire.
So even the knives fell victim to the fire? Ambassador Paleno, are these knives yours?
Yes, they are.
They are a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babao. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Alibas's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 knives each. But I can't believe the Babylese ones have been reduced to this state. Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. Ambassador Paleno, what is this notch here for? Oh, that. It's a feature of these knives wherein you can freely exchange the handles on them, so that we can change how they look to fit the situation, of course. I see. So these knives were constructed so that the handles could be easily removed. That's a very specific detail that will surely come into play. These shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia.
It's really strange, isn't it? I thought this was the Babylese embassy. Why are there so many American souvenirs, sir?
Perhaps the Babylese are studying American culture and our tourism industry? If they have plans to make the Babylese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods, I suppose.
Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier, sir. He said if I bring these with me to Babal, I can trade them in for a few buffets.
How do you expect to travel to Babal?
Well, the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babal if I have to.
And a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things. In the original release of this game in Japan, was it actually American memorabilia or was it Japanese memorabilia? Does anybody know? Traditional American barrowfish. Yeah, we love our barrowfish. That's our national pastime. Some said it was Japanese original. That's nice when they're able to update the art. This place is full of Japanese stuff. 2 katanas, paper lantern, paper fan, Mall Tokyo Tower. Gotcha. Neat, thank you. It looks like this was once a magnificent grandfather clock, but has fallen victim to the fire.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house, sir?
If they're unrelated to the case, I hope that you will refrain from sharing.
Well, there's just one clock that I made by myself, but the timer on it, man,
that's quite enough, detective. The timer on it manages to auto... What?
You gotta have a clock in your place. The more, the better.
What is the... There's another... Oh, this. There's still some burnt objects scattered on the floor. It self-destructs.
Well, burnt things get burnt and then they become burnt things, you know?
No, because there's no way to prove that the burnt thing started out as a burnt thing.
Was it a burnt thing or was it not? I have no idea what's what anymore, sir.
I suppose it's a bit hard for someone with a burnt-out light bulb to comprehend. Damn. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask that you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat. But there's a possibility it's related to the murder, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give up for now? We can force them to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof.
I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the primitive duck statues Kay was talking about earlier. Is it just me or does this man look just like the Steel Samurai? They could be twins. Miles Edgeworth? What is it? Let me tell you something. You are currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes? I don't think this will really be necessary, Franziska. Oh, really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you are still under me. I thought Franziska was flying around the world in pursuit of the smuggling case. So then why is she here at the embassy? That's actually important. Okay. Yeah, Secretariat the Horse. I was investigating at the Alabastian embassy when I got wind of this mess. That's right, the Yatagarasu was due to appear at that embassy as well. But the difference is that we didn't have a fire over there. Although there was an incident at the Alabastian embassy as well. But I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babylese embassy. So he is here. Agent Lang is here as well, huh? I see you've met. Well, he's in the Alabastian embassy acting as bodyguard for Ambassador Alba. However, he seems to have a different reason for being there. So the suspect in the murder that occurred in this office is that little girl I see. Is she, perhaps, trying to be the Yatagarasu?
Kay would never harm a soul, sir.
Kay? You remember, do you not, about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl's the daughter of the victim in that case, Mr. Faraday. So she's that feisty little girl. Kay has been on the trail of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life. I see.
Kay's trying so hard, but you know what? The Yatagarasu just keeps on tricking us all.
How so?
The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. But all we've had is an arson and a murder. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract, and it's going on the rap sheet.
If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto Yu really is the Yatagarasu. How about you? I can't believe that Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for tonight is. Ambassador Paleno, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you cooperate not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. Oh, you're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating. Change in demeanor there a bit. Here, I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. Oh, coupons. It would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh, no. These are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babal. Remember, we offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babal. I remember the Republic of Babal is known for its feverish tourism industry. I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary, and the embassy's secretariat, charged with running the whole place. He was an admirable man. His death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything, accounting, printing, taking care of our national treasures. Did you say printing? Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism industry. So in order for us to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, etc., we have a printing press here at our embassy. I see. That just reminds me of Fly the Conchords. With New Zealand, ... rocks. Anyway, please excuse my forwardness. However, I feel I should mention that I have the distinct impression that I've met him before. Oh, yes. Since you are of the legal profession, I suppose you just might have. You're in New Zealand. How is it? A printing press, not just printer? I mean, for industrial printing. You ideally have more than just a standard commercial printer. Printing press is, I don't know, it works. Can never tell if Francisca's in denial about her father being a criminal if she's silly disowning him every time she talks about the right? It feels like she's living in denial, but there could be more to it. Manny was involved in the KG-8 incident. KG-8? The defendant who was found innocent in that case was Manny. Plain when he locks in. So your Mr. Cochin is the same man as the one in that case. It's been 10 years. Manny recovered personally from that case and dove enthusiastically into this job. He was the one who planned this event and was to oversee this embassy's renovations. It really is a shame he had such a bright future ahead of him. What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations? We can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy think we're a poor nation, can we? So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We may have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best to make do. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us do our best is now no longer with us. Ambassador Plain, I was wondering if I may ask you about Codopia. All right, what would you like to talk about? First, I'd like to ask you about this key. What about this key? I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believe it originally belonged to this embassy, is that correct? Upon closer inspection, it seems that this key is shaped like a butterfly. That's not all about this key, it's also capable of changing into a knife. Oh, how fascinating. Is it possible the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? In its knife form, there's a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess this knife might be from when we used to be a part of Codopia. And how did you come to that conclusion? It has both of Codopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key here at the embassy back when we were still Codopia. Ambassador Paleno, this key was stolen from the Codopian embassy 7 years ago. By Callisto Yu, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Oh, really? You were not aware that Miss Yu had broken into this embassy at that time? I'm sorry I can't be of much help. I'm not very familiar with the details, you see. I only became the ambassador after Babal became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he would probably know about what happened back then. Mr. Cochin and Miss Yu knew each other 7 years ago, but that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here in the present. Can I have a brain blast? Do I have enough information? They share a thing? Oh. So it's a very luxurious coat of paper, known for its high quality. Babal's Sulfurous Ablaze ink. They make the paper and they make the ink. Oh god. They're made from wheat crystal, known to generously offer coupons. Yeah. You know, press like an engage again, start press from that. Ooh. Wait me to announce it. Congratulations. That's exciting. Is there a coupon 50% next to my Brain Blast? Next Brain Blast half off. Both countries have a primitive statue of their national treasures. Each country, they each possess a set of 3 finely crafted knives. Yeah. Mr. Edge, we're still samurai, Daddy. Where of new old Tokyo. I can't wait to learn what this actually is in like 30 hours. Notes on the body. Just have this there's a knife. There's a lot of skill detailing on this handle. I believe this is a butterfly. This is one amazing ornamental knife. That's a big thing. I could be. I'm really glad this beautiful butterfly wasn't ruined by blood. Yeah, interesting that. Knife and a drop of blood on it. It really is quite exquisite. So much so that even you can understand its beauty, Detective.
Why always have to look down on my taste, sir? I know what I like, and this is really well crafted.
Why I look down on his tastes? Because, my dear Detective, I'm afraid your tastes are usually quite questionable. This knife. Don't try doing it on stream. It's like 9 hours long. Yeesh. Well, maybe around 5-6 hours we'll find a good stopping point. It would appear that the handle is removable. I guess some people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun, sir. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, Detective. This is what took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood is still on the blade.
I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days, but knives that were used to kill are always the hardest for me to bear.
Unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood on it.
Just like how this one's practically drenched in it, huh, sir?
Despite that, it looks like the blood managed to miss the handle somehow. Somehow. Put your 3D glasses on now. Ow, ow, ow. Natsuki. I don't think I need to flip it around again. I know. There's a vine motif, the ornamentation on his blade. And he claims to see a star motif in it. Is it just because he's viewing it at a sharp angle? Between the blade and handle, there's a flower. The key and stuff is a butterfly. This key was stolen by Asgard 7 years ago from the country. If I look at it at a sharp angle, yeah, not really. Yeah, anyway. And then the Primiduck statue. I don't trust any statue in Ace Attorney ever. Don't know anything about the people in the case. My friend, deceased. Age dead. Would she be 29 now? Is that the idea? I think I'm 32. She not. Age. What's in investigations? Francisca. Coming to the one case. Callias Paleno. Ambassador of like anything for his country tourism industry. A question 31. The knife is a clock. It probably is. All right. What can I put into my brain? Can I use the safe and the key? Well, that was easy. We know for a fact that Yatsugrasu's key was used at this embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Cochin's pocket. Which leads me to think that perhaps it is the key to the personal safe in this office.
Good thinking, sir. Let's go try it out.
It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket. It literally turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here?
Hey, there's nothing inside. You think the Yatagarasu made off with everything, sir?
No, Detective. I believe all we need is a closer look. Look more closely.
It looks like such a serious safe, but there's not a scrap of paper inside. Which reminds me, the safe in your office is just as empty, huh, Edgeworth?
It's merely a coincidence both safes are empty, Detective.
Make that a triple coincidence because my piggy bank at home is empty too.
I don't think there's anything coincidental about that, Detective. Stop kicking him while he's down. Yeah?
Hey, there's a hole here, sir.
It's a little too oddly shaped for a latch hole.
That's a funny shape for a latch hole, huh? It's shaped kinda like a star, don't you think, sir?
Oh. I would hardly call that shape a star. There must be some reason for this hole.
There's gotta be some reason why this whole shape's so weird, you know?
I'm overthinking this. I don't think so.
Maybe I'm overthinking things? Nah, there's no way I could ever do that, ho-ho.
Detective Gumshoe, could you please be quiet for a second? You're frightening me. Nah. What's this here?
Looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper, sir.
No, I don't think it's ripped. It seems more to me like it's stuck in the safe.
Hey, you're right. It won't budge an inch, not even when I tug on it. But I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe before.
His latent telepathic powers. I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper that's strange. It's the safe.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that the secret to the safe is that it has 2 compartments. It's empty. It has a crack. The secret is that it's empty. Even just eyeballing it, you can see the inside is a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck at the back of the safe, I'd say that there's an extra bit of space behind the back wall of this safe. In other words, this safe holds a second compartment. I suppose that you are correct in asserting the paper is stuck in an unnatural manner. However, if what you say is correct and there is a second compartment, how do we go about opening the door to it then? As you can see, there's no other lock or keyhole in sight. Actually, there is one more spot of interest to me on this safe. Oh, and I believe that spot is the keyhole to our mystery second lock. The safe and its locks. All right then, since you are so sure of yourself, show me how you deduced your answer. I'm a deduce. Is connected to the evidence.
Eureka!
Urethra! Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisco? The shape? It does look very familiar. However, I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. It's just for keeping the door shut, nothing more. Thanks for the resubs, appreciate it. Hopping on the stream, how it going? Thanks for stopping by. Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure the safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. Do you honestly think someone like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out? You can't be serious. Are you saying that this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of the safe? That's precisely what I'm saying. And I will prove to you right now that the Yatagarasu's key is the key that will open it. The Yatagarasu's key? Miles Edgeworth, this had better be a very bad joke. This is no joke. The Yatagarasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of this safe. We know that this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape than that of the key. Yeah, but if you flip it and reverse it. We had discovered this trick 7 years ago, and with it we were able to corner Miss U. But who would have thought that I'd see this key again after all this time? What about the bit? Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the Kodopian embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door to his safe with it. Let's take a look at the back end of the key. Looking at the knife portion head on, what do you see? Is he just holding up a knife to her eye? What are you talking? It appears that you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. But that's preposterous. Because it looks like a knife and was used like one to kill Mr. Faraday 7 years ago, we fell into the misconception it was always meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks, whatever is hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance. Then it's even possible that what I've been searching for is inside. Scruffy, hurry up and open that safe.
Yes, sir. Open it now.
Oh, cool plate.
There.
It's a bunch of funny shaped things.
I guess they're pieces of art, huh, sir?
You're in the way. Now move, Scruffy.
I didn't think I was in the way. No.
These pieces of art, they're identical to ones that have been stolen from various countries around the world. I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required. These are pieces of stolen art from around the world.
I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Eek!
Scruffy, don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break? Did she hit one of the pieces of art just now? This is the document we thought was stuck earlier. I wonder what it's about.
Beats me, sir.
Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, detective? Mr. Coach's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. I don't know how to read. We're missing page 2 out of 3, though. So, that sucks. To build this sort of trick into one's safe is really something.
It's neat how the safe has 2 compartments. What's really impressive is that the other end of the key was another key. I hadn't noticed.
I wonder if Mr. Coachum was just paranoid or if he had secrets of that great a value.
Speaking of paranoid, I once sharpened both ends of my pencil. But then when I went to erase something, I got all paranoid I was gonna stab myself.
Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty.
Yes, sir.
It appears that we found the key that the Yatagrasu, no Miss Yu, stole 7 years ago. Since it was originally from this embassy, maybe she came back to return it. I don't think she's the type to be so kind as to do such a thing, Detective.
What do you do?
Callisto Yu, for what reason did she steal the key?
Clocks are out, keys are in. We're all about keys now.
Is there more to peruse? Do I have any thought brains? Motive on that handle. The stealing of the secret. Franziska and the butterfly. Oh, just connecting these two. I like when the game is like, connect the two very obvious points. The design on the knife's handle is greatly resembles the special Babalese species of butterfly. It does, doesn't it? Plus it says right here, this knife is property of the Republic of Babal. Perhaps this means the knife used in the crime was found right in this room. That's it? Are you related to the stealing of a secret? Because that would be convenient. Hey, great. To steal your dirtiest secret. Is it possible that the dirty secret the Yatagrasu was out to steal is in this very room? Dirty secret? Franziska, you're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, are you not? Something tells me that this is no coincidence. In that case, then, the person I'm looking for is here in the Babalese embassy, huh? The head of the smuggling operation. I just might need to ask Franziska about her smuggling case in more depth. Case fine, by the way. Franziska, when we last talked, you said that you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you're here right now is related to that? Yes. After analyzing the intel we've gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off. Page 2. This accounting document. It's only 1 page of the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. However, it's enough for us to grab onto the tail of the beast. For, you see, this type of paper was made only in the Principality of Codopia, which means that somewhere in the countries of Alabasta and Babal is the head. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. That's Franziska for you. She is amazing, pursuing this case with all she has. Document 1. Do I need to re-examine documents 1 and 3 now? Oh, I can deduce. I can deduce. Let me deduce. Stand back. It's time for me to deduce.
Eureka!
Take a good look at these documents, Franziska.
It says that there are 3 pages in total, and yet there are only 2 here. Correct. Now take a look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible that your page was taken from this set of 3? There's no way Franziska didn't put that together on her own. Well, it certainly looks that way. By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we seem to have arrived at an answer. And it seems that you have now found what you were looking for. And with this, it has become crystal clear that Mr. Cochin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babalese ink. 1, 2, 3. Miles, you've done it again. Babalese ink. Babalese ink is a special product of the Republic of Babal. However, due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported. She's lost every single case she's been in. That's true of a lot of prosecutors in the series. And that reason is, that's classified. It's on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Cochin. His base was in an embassy, thus it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions under which to run a smuggling operation. But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was rained judgment down upon with my whip of justice. Even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds. You expect me to whip a dead man? Well, I'm not interested. Franziska, you must know that Manny Cochin was the suspect in KG-8. Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring, there is the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved. Are you done investigating? You realize now, don't you, that this girl's the only one it could be. Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu, K. Faraday. You're under arrest for the murder of Manny Cochin. Mr. Edgeworth, please, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here, and he was already... You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'd like to help you reduce the number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes. What is that supposed to mean? I believe I told you that K. Faraday is not the culprit of this crime. Very well, I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are. Foolish is Franziska's word. Even your police confirmed that the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babalese embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy. Furthermore, this girl claims to be the Yatagarasu. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she is the Yatagarasu? Exactly. It isn't just me, she calls herself the Yatagarasu. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to capture the fake Yatagarasu. Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu. Very well. Then I shall prove that Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Go ahead and try. Show me what the prosecutors of this country are made of. Bye, RSK. Bye. Can you please confirm that she was there?
Hold it!
Yeah, I know. They may have confirmed it, but are you telling me that no one could catch the thief? If so, you're basically admitting the Yatagarasu that committed the murder eluded us. Of course, I chased after the Yatagarasu that entered the Babalese embassy right away. And that is also why I'm making this arrest right now. Because at the end of my long chase, there was only this girl. Nyagoo! In any case, this is what I believe happened tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into this embassy.
Hold it!
The confusion caused by the fire? Are you saying that the Yatagarasu was not the arsonist who started the fire? A suspicious person in a long coat was spotted in the area. Officers in the area claim to have seen that person start the fire. It sounds like we have a phantom in our midst. A phantom? Yeah. In a way, he could be considered a phantom with the way he randomly appears. A phantom? This girl claims to be the Yatagarasu.
Hold it!
Yeah, huh? Just because she calls herself that doesn't prove that she is a killer. No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity in this room. She obviously wanted to steal them. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key. Two phantoms were born. Her logic is very sound. I expected nothing less of Agent Lang's secretary. That statement just now didn't sound right. It might just be the opening I need. She claims to be the Yatagarasu. That's the opening? She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Cochin for the key.
Hold it!
Yeah, Gumshoe did it. You're claiming that Kay knew that a foreign country's embassy had such documents? As stated in the calling card, the Yatagarasu was out to steal a dirty secret, which means the goal tonight was to steal those smuggling activity documents. You have it all wrong. It was the fake that sent the card. Your words are meaningless. If you are truly innocent, then let's see some proof. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I leave it to you to handle this. I'd rather you did. The Yatagarasu is gone. You can claim she's innocent, but you can't change the facts I've already outlined. And most importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body.
Hold it!
I really don't think that being the first to discover the body makes her the killer by default. No, but if you saw the self-purported Yatagarasu standing in front of a body, wouldn't you get a little suspicious yourself? Yeah, even so, I'd still listen to what that person had to say before I pass judgment. Are you talking about yourself in those times when you were under suspicion? I think the pain of being falsely accused is something you really should experience.
I personally know that feeling really well, sir.
And given my situation, I now know exactly what it's like too. I'm fine with never experiencing it ever. Are you done with your little group conference? Agent Sheena suspects Kay of murder simply because Kay is the Yatagarasu. If I can prove the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder, I may be able to begin to reason with her. This is all I got. This is a knife. My badge? How can I prove the Yatagrasu's motive? Pin. No! Nod. Points Mr. Coachman. The only evidence I have that says Yatagarasu is the knife.
Objection!
Even you can't talk your way out of the contradiction from this piece of evidence. I guess not. I knew it. Because I don't need to talk my way out of it. But I don't like to waste time delving into subjects that don't warrant a response. It would appear I was mistaken.
Hold it!
What do you say again? They're just gonna say this together. No, this is your motive. I will be there to steal your dirtiest secret for their documents pertaining to some activity in this room. Just when I steal them, kill Mr. Coachman for the key. The logic of I spend nothing less. Was it not that line? Which line was it like that might be the key?
Hold it!
I thought it was that line. You're claiming Kate knew about the documents. As they that's Grass's thing. You're wrong, it was fake. Your words are meaningless. This isn't proof. Huh. Okay. I mean, my metagame brain is thinking like maybe there's something about the statue, because there was that thing about proving which statue is true. So the Yatagarasu could, you know, reveal that. But is this what I present, and is this the line?
Objection!
Nope. I don't know if that's what we're talking about right now, because that's sort of like a pivot. Don't think too many. That's the thing. Is sometimes I'm thinking too far ahead. The documents, maybe the documents on this. Why would that? She wanted to kill documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Koshin for the key. But Franziska already had one of them? It's a knife. Oh, okay, it's this.
Objection!
It's that. Okay, yep. No. Nuh-uh. Because why would she kill him for the key if the Yatagarasu already had the key? But then we know that Kay's not Callisto. Whatever. I regret to inform you there's a flaw in your logic. Your logic, if I may. Even if you claim that she's the killer and the Yatagarasu, I'm certain that securing the smuggling documents is not the motive behind the murder. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Kochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without the documents. Oh yeah, the documents were still in the safe. By the simple fact that the documents were still in the safe when we looked, it's obvious the killer's target was not the safe at all. Yeah, I was way overthinking. Oh, she's so sweaty now. Perhaps she didn't know Mr. Kochin had the key on him. Yeah.
Objection!
Yeah, she does. Incredibly suspicious. If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she had not known that fact. Need reason. All of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible she accidentally killed him when she was sneaking in. Stabbed him through the throat? What do you mean? Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key. But the fact still remains that Mr. Kochin was stabbed to death.
Objection!
Everyone's a little sweaty. You have no definitive proof it was Kay who committed the act. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes.
What?
Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars. Yeah, please do. You should have started with that. The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set, which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony all points to the girl. There's no counter-argument. You know, I actually stab people? Here. That is your definitive evidence? You see now that she's definitely the killer, right? No, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta believe. You gotta believe. I saw a sus person in a long black coat outside the embassy. And you came in here because you were chasing this suspicious person. That's right, I ran into this office only because I was chasing after that person. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but then... How did she miss the fire? Ah! Who's there? This is... I came to this room upon hearing the girl scream, and when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her. What is the timeline of fire to fire being put out to this happening? The object K felt by her feet on the floor was the murder weapon. Fire's kind of like a clock in that sense. I had the knife analyzed right away. We failed to find anyone's prints on it. But the suspicious person in the black coat who came into this room before me... Interpol's ice magic? Okay. That might have been established already. I forgot. Thank you. Why would K scream she were the murderer? Self-report. Oldest trick in the book. You continue to insist that there was such a person, but if there was, where did they go? That I don't know, but I know they came in here. That sounds like the desperate excuses of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, don't you? We can't trust this girl's words, Mr. Edgeworth. She has a point. Even if K's words are the truth, I must show that they are with some solid evidence. Mr. Edgeworth, I really did. Okay, don't worry. If you didn't do it, then there must exist a way for me to prove that. Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can. Don't worry, I can and I will. I'm gonna do it right now. Here I go. I'm rebutting. Watch me butt. RE:butt. Send all. Regarding butt. The knife wound on the butt is consistent with the blade of the knife.
Hold it!
Watch the hams. Does this mean that you already have the results back? It's a pro killer move. Rebut sequel to re-village. As per my last ass mail. We have confirmed the shape of the Ablaze knife. Blade matches the wound. Please don't confuse the efficiency of Interpol's forensics team with your own. Yeah. So does it feel like Miles' defense attorney in this? Yeah. It's under the guise of going after the truth, but it does involve a lot of defending people from accusations. I won't if you don't understand our police force. It would be a very interesting game if you were strictly a prosecutor and finding evidence. I don't know. I guess that is what you're doing. You're finding evidence to point to the real killer. But, yeah. Miles can be both. He's off duty, yeah. We're not experiencing what he does in court, so, yeah. He also do a lot of prosecuting. Yeah, I guess it depends on why they're pointing their finger. I won't if you don't underestimate our police force. And so we're clear, I'd hardly say your logic is sound, which you will see in a bit. If you can prove me wrong, please by all means go ahead. That has been my intention all along. Now let us return to your testimony. I think part of it is that he has this sort of antagonistic relationship with anyone that he's dueling with. I guess not always. Sometimes he's like arguing with Francisco over what happened. But at times like this, it feels like someone's like, this is what happened. And he's like, nuh-uh. I don't know. In court, he'd be like, I don't care, they're guilty. Like, I think that's the difference. He would put aside his personal feelings and be like, oh, Kay was staying with a knife. All right, all evidence points to her. Throw her in the cell, throw away the key. Lock her up. The knife with the butterfly handle is the murder weapon.
Hold it!
Guilty. Structurally, they don't need it. Yeah, I mean, the cases are more interesting when there's someone you're defending who's like, oh no, I've been accused. You mean to say that you saw Kay holding the murder weapon with your own eyes? I was also on the search for the Atakarasu. When I heard that girl's scream coming from this room, I rushed over straight away. When I arrived, I saw that girl standing there motionless with the knife in her hands. I already told you I only came in here because I was also after the Atakarasu. They're getting a lot of mileage out of this JPEG. The suspicious person I saw came into this room. But when I entered, it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot on the floor, so I turned on the lights, and then you found out that it was the murder weapon at your feet. Wait, so the knife was at the doorway? Not near the body? How'd it get next to the body? How many times do I have to tell you we can't trust the words of a suspect? The only thing you'll accept is evidence, is it? It's only acceptable way to counter an agent of Interpol on the scene of a crime? Mr. Edgeworth, do you have some kind of evidence that can prove me innocent? I think I do, because there's one piece of evidence I find to be a bit interesting. No, she's got full gloves. No fingerprints. One piece. She obtained the knife from the display rack that you used on the victim.
Hold it!
I ask that you please refrain from speculation. It's a sound hypothesis derived from the evidence. There's no room for debate.
Yeah.
Miles Edgeworth, know that an ungraceful loss will not be tolerated, my subordinate. Now rebut her hypothesis with factual logic. Otherwise, what was your investigation for? You are correct. Thank you. Helping a subordinate out with advice is the job of any good superior. She seems to be rather enjoying herself, but she is correct nonetheless. Agent Sheena, please continue with your testimony. The knife is a part of a special 3-piece set which has a design like no other.
It was Charlie with a knife.
About the 3-piece set, is there really no other like it? Let's ask Ambassador Paleno for more details, shall we? The knives are indeed special. They have the butterfly, the symbol of the Republic of Babal, engraved on them. And because there are only 3 of them in the world, they're very, very valuable. Alas, they have all been burnt by the fire. The national symbol, the knives are covered in the butterfly design. Along with the Alabastian set, our respective countries only have 3 knives each. Are you satisfied now? If so, let's continue. The evidence and testimony all points to the guile. There's no counter-argument.
Hold it!
No, I believe there is still room for debate, and I'll thank you not to decide that for me. I didn't decide anything for you. I'm merely looking at reality the way it is.
Objection!
Are you sure you're not just viewing the facts through rose-colored glasses? Mr. Edgeworth, I think she's mad at you. Perhaps. But our definitions of reality are a tad different. Are the 2 of you done chatting? Agent Sheena's proof is the Babalese knife that Kay was allegedly holding.
Yep, so how are you gonna prove that Kay didn't do it?
If Agent Sheena wants to suspect Kay, merely because Kay was the only one here, I must show with evidence Kay couldn't have committed the murder.
Do you have such evidence, sir?
There is one piece of evidence that seems very unnatural, and I believe it's my duty to point that out to Agent Sheena. The only thing that I got is, killer was holding, but then it was on the floor next to him.
Objection!
How did it move across the room? Never mind, that's not the problem. Okay, great. I really love when I'm like, I know what the problem is, and it's not it. And I get to go, great. I don't have a plan B. Let's think through everything. The knife with a butterfly handle. Can I point out that there's no blood on it? And we can get down to that rabbit hole?
Objection!
Okay, cool. So the murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design on it. But is that really the truth? What are you getting at? I'd like for you to take a look at this. There is blood on the blade, and yet there is not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies that at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to this blade. The knife that Kay was holding had its handle switched and was in fact not the real murder weapon. It wasn't the real murder weapon? This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? Hiya! As you can see, the Babalese knife has now been disassembled into 2 parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and proceeded to swap the knife's original handle with this butterfly one. It was all to create the illusion that Mr. Cochin was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. Whoa. This should clear up any and all suspicion. She recovered fast. This body's yet to be found. Your argument isn't airtight yet. How so? Rocker here. It's possible that the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Hold it!
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing? I don't care to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. You're normal? Therefore, I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem.
Objection!
Heh. The truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Cochin's killer. There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I've become accustomed to seeing blood. This is not what is important right now. Meh. What is this mark on here? It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means? No, not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar. And so they do. Oh my god. Going from that music to this music without a single transition was very jarring. However, would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower? The answer is clearly nuh-uh. To prove the relationship between this butterfly and the flower with this. With this? With that? With this? With that?
Take that!
This will make everything clear to you? No. Okay, no, that's fine. Hey, that's okay. Oh, the pamphlet. The pamphlet.
Take that!
You can't be serious.
I'm always serious. It appears that you've made the connection. The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Alabast. In other words, this blade is from one of Alabast's ornamental knives. Ooh. This part of the knife handle has Babal's national symbol of the butterfly on it. Therefore, it's undeniably Babalese in origin. But as we both know, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Well, it's got a lot of pointy bits on it. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena? After the fire had broken out? That's right. Kay entered the Babalese embassy after the fire had taken place. Furthermore, she had not been to the Alabastian side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed between the two countries during the fire. Which means that Kay could not have transported an Alabastian object over here. That makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. I like how she just has no reaction, just goes back.
Whoop, whoop, way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What a great victory.
It looks like, what's his name? The ambassador guy has his hands on Gumworth's shoulder. He's hanging on. I like when hair go back. Mm-hmm.
Huh? Hey, why is everyone so quiet?
Gumworth? You know what I meant. Gumworth. Gumsworth. Give him a back massage. I'm happy we got this far and cleared Kay's name. But what worries me now is what will happen next.
Objection!
Edshu. I'm assuming that's their ship name. What is the meaning of this? An Alabastian knife here? Confirm shipper. I wish that was a Freudian slip. Do you mean it's just normal poo brain? How did this find its way to the Republic of Babao? Do I ship Gumsworth? No, I ship Dick Lobster. I gotta bring that back. Lobster Cop from Frog Detective and Dick Gumshoe. They're my OTP. It didn't just find its way over. Rather, we should focus on how it was smuggled over. Multi-shipping is okay. That's fine. It's insane how they cooked it. Yeah, remember that case? You know what? My brain hurts thinking about it while we were just standing around. But it wasn't a dick. It was a dick lobster. Thinking while you're on the run, now that's the way a real great thief operates. Okay. Oh, thanks a bunch, Mr. Edgeworth, for proving me innocent, I mean. You believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did. Not really, but... come on, you don't have to be shy. Your argument is still not airtight. Would you care to elaborate? I understand now that the girl didn't commit the murder. However, there is still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu. That again? Look, how many times do I have to explain it to you? I am the real Yatagarasu. I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires, okay? Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't really matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire. Preposterous. On what grounds do you suspect her of such a thing? The fact that she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that in itself is the most elegant proof. Elegant proof? Miss Sheena? Yeah. I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some imposter to claim that name as their own. What was that ship again? Dick Lobster? I mostly love it for the name. It's Lobster Cop is a character from Frog Detective, which is a different franchise, different series games that are very good. With Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. So their ship name is Dick Lobster. The path of justice that my father pointed me towards, I will walk it the best I can. Which is related to a piece of background art from one of the Ace Attorney games. I don't remember which one. It was like 3, maybe? It was a while ago. It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that. Thanks for the concern, Miss Sheena. That wasn't 2? Yeesh, 2 again. All goes back to justice for all. Let me share something with you two as a token of my appreciation. Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them from you next time, okay? What? Well, I guess we better get going. Going? To where? Yeah, Lobster look like a Beavis. I think that was where the conversation started from. To the Kingdom of Alabast! If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right? I suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. We only have permission to investigate this country, though. To see where the Alabastian knife came from, we'll have to pay the Alabastian embassy a visit. Let's go, Miles Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt. Understood. So this is the halfway point of the case, right? We're like almost halfway done. Chat was saying 9 hours. It's not that bad. Just remove the English version. Right. No. Yeah, no. It's been a minute, but I believe chat was like, hey, by the way, there was background art in the original that was changed for the Western release that I was playing. And it's just a very phallic-looking lobster tail. Case 5-1, case 5-2. 7:44 p.m. in the lobby. Oh. Sir. Count off. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Is this better? Maybe. 1, 1. Shifu, 99 callouts. All 99 members are most likely here and accounted for, sir. Hey, you. Yeah, you, the second number 1 from my right. Sir, yes, sir. Here, a birthday present for you. What? Shifu, I didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have. Shifu, you are more of a man than we'll ever be, sir. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday. Langzi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. Holy god dang. I should probably leave them to their alone time. Meeting's over. Everyone, head for your posts. Dismissed. Sir. Angry, generous, friendly guy. It's a good archetype. We don't get enough tropey characters of extremely angry, extremely generous guy. Bring out the Dick Lobster. This joke is for now on. Were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena and she's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I simply request you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy. And what if I say no?
Objection!
Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, it's not that shrimple. Alabasta has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, only about half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen, we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions about soup? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Gah. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Old man? Why isn't old man? No. Not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation.
Having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It is all because I lacked the strength to govern well.
He looks like he was carved out of a tree. Please, it's nothing of the sort, Ambassador.
You weakling... Quercus?
Quercus?
Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country.
What are you... The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang.
And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation,
I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. I like the animation on his little beard bit there. There, you see. Oh, no way. Quercus alba is a species of tree. Oh. What kind of a tree? Ambassador Alba, I ask you please reconsider letting them into Alabast.
What's that?
My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babalese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me. Completely. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babal someday.
All right, I get it.
Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. All right, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in. Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babal murder. I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babal. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. Rasp. Rasp? What? What? Okay. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? Oh, that's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. I knew it. You're the whip lady. Don't know what that means. Rasp? Just the word rasp? I mean, I know what the word means. It just felt, like, weird. Just that for two characters to be like, rasp. You may address me as Miss Von Karma. Oh, they were blowing a raspberry. I don't think I've ever heard that shortened to just the word rasp. Miss Von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands. Thanks. Rest assured, I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. And I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paleno for all that he's done for me. It feel weird. It is. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I gotta rewatch the Westminster Dog Show Miles clip. I haven't rewatched it since starting this game, and I feel like I just want to watch it over and over. It's really good. You can watch it now. No, I don't want to watch it on stream. I don't like doing that, but I'm playing it back in my brain right now, and I hope you're doing the same. There's a new version. Did they update it with this art? Wait, hold on. If you could link that. I'm not gonna watch it on stream, but if you could find that. I love that someone made an HD version of it. No, I don't like watching YouTube videos on stream. Thank you, though. You got it. Oh, fuck yeah. Here, this is all you get. This is all you get is this freeze frame. Slightly blurred. Oh, they put Lang there. That's good. Edgeworth runs a dog race, but it's in HD. It's very good. Here, you get 1 second. There it goes. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Great. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to keep Kay safe.
Yes, sir. You just leave everything to me, sir.
Yeah, he's jumping over the things.
And don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you. We'll go investigate into the Babal side of things together. Right, Kay?
That's right, Gummy. All they're missing is the last stooge. Stooge. Kay, I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, okay? What if you'd run into the Yatagarasu? You could have been killed. Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on. Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while. Yeah. It's funny, you know, when I talk with you, Mr. Edgeworth, it's like I'm talking with my father. Is that so? Really seem that old to her? Yep. The Steel Samurai and Jammin' Ninja stage shows were held just beyond these doors. After the Jammin' Ninja show ended, we came out here and were greeted with a fire. Then the appearance of the Yatagarasu and a murder. We're far from solving anything yet. There's a flat panel VCR on a row of my videos. There might be a clue among these. I'd better check the titles of these videos. The things I put myself through for the sake of the investigation. I must simply watch every episode for research. These flowers are a gift from Global Studios. They've prospered quite a bit thanks to their constant stream of hit shows. The Babali's embassy is just outside this window. The burn marks on it look pretty bad. Shame that they were in the middle of renovations. The fire did little to help there. And behind me, Ambassador Paleno's dry smile hides the tears in his eyes. May I ask you to please move out of the way? I'm sorry, sir. We're currently clearing the area beyond a fallen, burnt brush. I ask for your patience until we are done. Well, I hope the brush clearing goes smoothly. The national flag of the Republic of Babal. Crest features a butterfly. Babal butterfly. It's a mnemonic, you see, which sits to the right of the theater, and the Alabastian embassy, which sits to the left. Something's happening to each of these embassies. I sense that unconventional methods will be required to solve both of these mysteries. Ambassador Paleno, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask that you please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You've really piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. No, that's quite all right. Oh, well, how about this, then? You got the Bink? What exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink. Known as Babali's ink, it's made exclusively in Babal. So this is Babali's ink. We make it from white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. That's a bit redundant, but thank you. Please accept this ink. One dip of your fountain pen in this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. I don't accept bribes, but I will take this gift. Limited export because of some specific reason. Yeah. Great. Wonderful. Is it a drug? Yeah, it's a drug. I guarantee you, too, that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. What you call Bink? Special... Hop. I found the butterfly in it. Whatever the blade should be attached to is.
Where is the blade? Where is it? Where could it be?
You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, whose help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. Yeah. In spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insights into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Babali's ink. But why are there restrictions on the export of Babali's ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info. My perfectly failed investigation. Franziska, as your subordinate, I'm a part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well. I'll fill you in. Recently, we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhengfa. Counterfeit bills. Duck bills. As you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babal's special Babali's ink. And it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babali's ink from real ones. Thus, it was only natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babal. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Cochin was smuggling large amounts of Babali's ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess. You still have to find the counterfeit bills, or you have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink? Just test the ink. No, it's indistinguishable, except they know that it's Babali's ink. While we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babali's embassy, We're looking into the Alabastian embassy next. Doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Bombs zinc there in circulation, zinc file. Hard to tell they're fake. Well, shall we get going? What's wrong, Kay? I didn't get permission to enter Alabast, so we're going to go gather whatever info we can over on the Bobalese side, okay? Alright, I'm counting on you two. Right, and I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. And Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, you let me know, okay? If you tell me, I'll rush on over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. He's not gonna. Great. No, all three knives are there, huh? Or are they? Whoa! What do you think you're doing to my subordinate? Oh God. He's dead. You're... Shit. This is terrible news. For the case. And for us. The trifecta? No, it's the quadfecta. Well, I guess the trifecta is Old Bag Larry and I forgot her name again. I was thinking also Mike Meekins as like, oh my God, why are you back? He's not on the shit list though. But Lada, yeah, thank you, Lada. Why have I cursed this? I invoked him. I just knew. Somewhere deep down I knew. Even though we had him return. I guess this game came out before Ace Attorney 6, so... Fair enough. Thank the heavens you're here. The hetero. Everyone point! Point at the head, point and laugh. I'm in a really, really big pickle, your lordship. The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh. And though I am the Steel Samurai, my sword, oh, I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I am Larry of the House of Butts. Married man of New Old Tokyo, milady. Uh-huh. Now I remember, this person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. The irony of that line. The only person in the game you couldn't call. What's up with that answer? Oh, that face. Your best bud is in a bind and you act like it's no big deal? What sort of bind are we talking about here? The suspect kind. I accidentally became a suspect in a murder. I see, that is quite the bind. Was there murder on this half of the building? Not that we're in the least bit surprised. Pretty much expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. What kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, you're... Wait, hold on. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph? Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I even winked at you through my headpiece. He winked. You couldn't see it? What's going on? And why are you beet red? Sorry, but could you not speak to me right now? Oh, sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? To put a nose, on the nose, yeah, when you... So this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this man, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Agent Lesbian is on the case. Sick burns all around. Of what, you ask? Of the murder of a man who had snuck into this embassy. Mask Damask 2. We're just playing all the hits. Where's Mo? Is he okay? Mask Damask 2? What? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? What? What? Huh? Huh. Only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. Yeah, we didn't notice that. I didn't notice that. There sure was a dead body right over there. I was not... I just did not notice the body. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. The return of... Oh, they're dead. It's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. The second. It's not Ronnie. Ronnie's fine. He's being crushed by his wife. He's having a good time. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. Shifu, we have identified the victim. Good work. I'll take that report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at it as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. By his hot wife. Larry is in this case? Yep, he's right there. Oh, so no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang. Oh. He hasn't aged a day.
Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look?
Of course, you let the detective see the file.
You're Detective Bad. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right?
Don't tell me they haven't interacted in 7 years. That seems highly unlikely. Fancy meeting you here, detective.
You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case a card was ever found.
What incredible dedication to the case.
Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well. And his passion for the chase hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him.
I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. How old is he now? He's 60. Doesn't look a day over 59.
Oh God, Larry.
Quercus. About the murder of Damask 2. Of all the things, would you be willing to fill me in on a few deets? It's the same lollipop.
It's an everlasting gobstopper. I'm trying to prove a bet against Willy Wonka. When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Damask 2, he broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another.
I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. Most 20s looking 60-year-old all the time. Yeah. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, detective?
That samurai?
He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless.
Well, it was just a random guess. It's not like he's actually under arrest. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty.
A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat?
The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. For some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time.
And where was he?
He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney.
Uh-huh.
Go on. That chimney leads directly into this room.
I see.
Ugh.
Thanks, Larry. You've really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking?
Thinking?
Larry Santa. In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Oh, God. Oh, God. Larry, what? Larry. Don't play your theme song. Well, there are a few things I need to ask you about. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I gotta ask you, too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How is it the two of you always manage to have some cute or hot girl by your side? And Franzi, what about that promise you made to me? Promise? What promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Yo! I made no such promise. Ever since grade school, we had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Loris Donim now? That's Donim. That's what he said, but he spelled it wrong. Stoned him. Get that straight in your head, Edgy. Have Edgeworth have a straight thought? What are you talking about? Ow, whoa, whoa, whoa. Now I remember. You're that rude, pale imitation of a real artist. No, you got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Laurie's business. Besides, when Banjolina left me in my heart in pieces, that's when Mindy walked right into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her in some way. And I figured I could through this Steel Samurai outfit. Your inane blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. You got it. I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much as I understood, but a simple deduction based on your usual modus operandi, Larry. He's probably the only one that deserves to be whipped. Yeah, probably. Larry, I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Don't tell me you suspect me too. Nonsense. I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. For past experience has taught me that you are always at the center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words like that? Unfortunately, I don't have time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time. So I suggest that you cooperate and tell me what you know. Right, Edgeworth was running around doing the donut thing. Because Phoenix almost died, but he got better. I suggest you cooperate and tell me what you know. Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. Will you tell me what exactly you did, Larry? Nope, not yet. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more. Confess now. Ugh. Okay, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were you up there? You know, that Wintry Custom and the Legendary Hero. Legendary Hero? Santa Claus! Santa Claus. I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. But when I got there, there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. And I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize that Santa Claus does not exist, right? Whoa, Edgeworth. Where did that come from? Of course I know. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Edgeworth would prosecute against Santa Claus in court. Ah, crud! It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as prime suspect in this murder. Come on, man, what's so wrong with pretending to be Santa? Let's start with the fact that it would be the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Which is prime Santa time. Santa only visits homes on December 24th, when it's almost Christmas. That's in December, you nitwit. No! Hey, wait a sec, we're not in court. Yeah, okay. Goodbye. Almost Santa means you aren't Santa. Time for Caesar murder, yeah. Like we do every year on the Ides of March, we all gather around and murder. There are some weapons on display on this wall, a crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Ablaze knives, which means the blades inside these scabbards should match the blade that was used to kill Mr. Cochin. I must inspect the Duke and Cabby. Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? Wonder why there are no whips on display. You know? Oh my god, Jesus. Didn't notice the face. Terrifying. Well, I'm glad my deduction was correct, that he looked like a tree. It's the Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. Isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny, just like my heart. It comes to you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like bam. You do well to watch what you say, Larry. Although it is just as Larry says, the spear is quite a symbol of valor. Speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? I'm not entirely convinced the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're just staring off into the distance. I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe we can shut him up if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. Do I have evidence about the what? Huh? I have evidence to show him about it? I didn't pick anything up. Okay, well. What is this plant supposed to be? Francisca, can't you see it's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth, as a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You are deluding yourself if you think you have any control over that. He's immune. Knives adorned with flowers on display here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Bobbly's knives. The blades should match the blade of the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. What? One of the knives is missing its blade. Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and handle, fit each other. Oh my god. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then this means an alabastrian knife did find its way into Babal. Bam. Also, was one of these hilts done? Or is it still missing on the Babalese side? Because it should be covered in blood. I didn't mean to hit the deuce. Hello. I can spot absolutely no difference between this primitive statue and Babal's. Statue's face looks a bit like that costumed hero you like so very much. I wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. The statue wasn't made by an American, you know. At least I don't suppose so. Maybe they're both real, or they're both fake. Maybe that's the twist. Can I deduce? What am I supposed to show? I'm just keep running around. Counterpart of the Bobbly's butterfly is the alabastrian flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Babal? Can't you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Very well then, let's hear what sort of profound comment you can come up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen. And butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long I nearly fell asleep. Let's continue. Why can't you just admit I had something there? Nice. The statue. So it's got like a helmet with like a thingo. It's got a sword. It's got one flower in the middle. I guess it's meant to be that too. And the plinth has a bunch of flowers all over it. Whereas this one has a bunch of really warped up butterflies. Okay. The person shaking hands with the Steel Samurai is Ambassador Alba, taken just before the murder. Wasn't this in a frame? The Steel Samurai must be very popular. Wait, just before the murder, then why was it turned? The Steel Samurai must be very popular, even using the National Treasure as backdrop. Why exactly so great about Top Knot there? Clearly, there's a depth to this show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costumed actors? Yeah, they framed it. They took this picture, framed it, and then the murder. So why was this turned? There was the exact same statue sitting in that Bobbly's office we examined. It's the Primiduct statue, the national treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There's only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica, but both of them claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight. No rest I respect that. It's a statue. There's only one of these on the Bobbly side as well. I hear it's very valuable, made of pure gold. It was a national treasure of Codopia. Only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica. They find the real fudge. Trash fight. Okay. What about the base? Is that it? I guess I'm just supposed to deduce. Okay. Yo. Alka-Hest. Welcome to Alabast. Hope you're having a good. Thanks, friend. Squirb. It's a fireplace, and by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Wait, it hasn't been used recently? But then what, the smoke that Larry claimed. 2 gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Miles Edgeworth, are you done staring? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rather unusual name. It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ. As they say, you learn something new every day. Passion flowers. Okay. Yep. Boop, boop, boop. This must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is open on his desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log, it finally sprouted today. Doesn't look like important work to me. Damn. Maybe that's important. So this is the victim demasked dude. What is with his gaudy outfit? You don't know about Mask Damask? A few months ago, God, was that months ago? This thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. This thief is separate from the Yatagarasu? I thought they were for a while because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask. That's alright, all I'd probably hear are tales of his failure anyway. Heh, you haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? There's not a single shred of fashion sense in Damask's costume. Thanks, Tovo. 50. 50. I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You two don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold since when? Since around New Year's, the streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out the mask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. Can't believe that foolish fool would dress in fool's clothing to act foolishly. What better outfit to act foolishly than a fool? We got your point about 3 foolishes back, Franziska. This is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? What'd you expect? It's Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon. He did just say that. I only call it his secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's his trusty samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. How is that his name? I don't know. I guess because he's got a baby now, that makes him the daddy? You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of the sword is the Steel Samurai, or in other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. I suppose this was the wrapping cloth Damask 2 used to carry his stolen goods, but there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever it was he was out to steal. I thought the Damask had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. It's been 6 months since Damask. Huh. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kashino. Kashino. No, Kashino? Oh. Kashino. Good. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined that this guy's the real Damask 2. He's the real phony. The cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of the head. It seems he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. Bludgeoned with a sword? That doesn't seem likely. What's in his hand? What is he holding? Looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It would appear that directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. Thanks for gifting a sub, Albratis, to Why Are We Here Just to Suffer? Excellent. They played us like a damn fiddle. Alabaster Primadux statue. He would need a note for that? There is something written on the back as well. I'd like you to steal the Primadux statue in this room. Oh. Yeah, thanks. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves like that? If I had to guess from the text, I would say this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the Primadux statue? Let's have a thought. I might have enough thoughts to have a thought. Let's make sure there's nothing else to spin around. Can I have any thoughts inside of my brain? I don't have any thoughts inside of my brain, actually. I think you'll find. Wait, we gotta talk to Larry. Larry! About the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know. Apparently you did. And, well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed someone. Shocked! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolishly stating such a foolish excuse. Baka. You forgot to take something that big with you? Who would believe such a tale? Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because if anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. Edgy, you believe me? I just knew our friendship is something special. Even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name, which means that I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. What can I present him? What's related to things that I should present him with? Present him with that. What did it say on the... over here? It was something about this. The samurai spear. Isn't it awesome? I fell for this thing. So you shine my heart. Comes like you like whoosh. You like bam. You know what I'm saying? It is says spear is quite a symbol of valor. Speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight into your opponent? Not trying to give us the spears up to the task. Maybe show him if I show him the piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. Something about the spear. I can show him the knife, the sword, which we already talked about. That's an official Steel Samurai weapon. What? You want me to do it? You have no idea how many fans asked that of me. What are you prattling on about now? Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. How was that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine. I let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself? Okay, so it's not that. But maybe the photo. Oh wait, it's the Steel Samurai. I want you to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai that was up there on that stage, was that really you? What's up, Tofu? Thanks for 10 months. Summon it for 6 months in advance. That's a good deal. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Sure was.
Larry, you. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
I was moved by the performance of this man. This completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may never recover from this. What do they want me to show to Larry? About the spear. How could I prove... Oh. The drawing of the spear. Is straight here. I got it. It's the Steel Samurai. Never meet your heroes. I want you to answer this for me, Larry. And depending on the answer, I may let you live. The Steel Samurai that was up there on that stage, was that really you? Sure was. But that's not it? Why is this not it? How is that not it? Why is it the same? Why is that clearly the spear looks better there? And it's bent in that. Why? What do they want? I need to deduce on the spear with the, then why did he say show it to him? Dang it. Thank you, chat. Yeah. Urethra! I've got it in the pee-pee hole. Larry, about this spear. You feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry. Is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way, it's exactly as it should be. Yo. I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at this, which you drew with your own hands. You can see that the spear is clearly of a different shape. Ew. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry. When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and bam, it hit the wall. You unbelievable, this is an embassy. May the Ace Games never end. We have a lot, with this, Investigations 2, and all the great Ace Attorney. So I have a lot more to get through. But eventually, Capcom's got to put out a new one, right? I've always been like that ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I'm just a useless, hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so it was some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. Not that. I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that. It's no biggie. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not what I'm asking, Larry. The samurai spear is made of metal. If I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Man, Edgy, you're so naive. Where did that come from? Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit it against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? Don't tell me you thought it was real. Oh, but don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. Larry called Miles cute. Your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth.
That's not friendship, it's utter humiliation.
Oh, it's way more bent now. What the heck? But then what does that mean about the sword? Over here. I can't.
Nice.
Can't deduce on that. I can deduce on this though, right? What am I supposed to deduce? Nothing the straight crew ever stays straight. Correct. There is almost the exact same wall mount for the knives on the Bobbly side. In case you know the details from the distance. What would there be to deduce about this? Can I just compare it to the other one? Oh, maybe I can just compare it to it being to the side. Look at this photograph. Tell me what you find odd about the scene, Miss Von Karma. The apparent joy on the ambassador's face as he shakes the top knot's hand. That's not it. I was trying to point out that the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. This statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. Look at this. A toaster. Thanks for 7. Welcome back. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... Pink Princess, how you feeling? Still feeling ill? And yet another strange character comes out of the woodwork. Great gazongas! Those are ninja boobs. And so the Pink Princess pays a visit to the Alabastian Embassy. Words, they're fine. I believe I'm needed to speak with her as well. What do you... Guess who? Please don't. Please don't. Please don't make me guess. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Larry's dating whoever's in there, right? Ninjugs. If you would please answer... How in the fuck... Why? This case was a mistake. Shut it down. Shut it down. Exit. 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 Quit. Hey chat, you wanna watch me stream some Cilantro? Fuck! Ah! This must be what they call fate. No. No. Oh. How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss Oldback? Oh, thank God. I'll take what I can get. Why are you surprised? Ah, so you're the one that got to play the Steel Samurai. It's too bad I didn't realize that until now. You were acquaintances with Larry? Why, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. That's true. That's why it's okay, my edgy poo. You don't need to be jealous. You. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep, but it was so noisy here I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over to complain. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious edgy poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? Then who's the baby? Who's the baby gonna turn out to be? We know it's not Lotta, because she was in the lobby earlier. The baby's gonna take off their helmet. It's Pearl. It's Bo! Baby Apollo. Who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? A baby. Like here's the expression. Yeah. No. I just can't. Dr. Baby Goomba Tower. I hope so. I guess I misjudged you. You misjudged him. I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know? That was no misjudgment. That's precisely what I was trying to do. Looks like the winds have shifted and he's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Edgy Poo. I'd chase you for forever to the ends of the earth. Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Franziska and I actually see eye to eye. I thought it was going to be too obvious if it was Old Bag, because we previously had costume, pink costume. Who could it be? This Old Bag. Oh god. And then again, pink costume. Who could it be? What are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewaterland as the Pink Badger. What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
That was yesterday.
Look, I worked at Global Studios before, a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning, kind of out of the blue, actually. They called you. Apparently, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly, so they called me in to be her last-minute replacement. It's a reprise, twice the fun, no. 2 poos, thrice the what, Edgy Poo? Miles had like 4 hours of sleep since he got back days ago. Do they not have enough people on staff at that studio? I really couldn't say no, so I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of that Mindy girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand in for her. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Yep. I threw a ragdoll instead of a shuriken. And Larry didn't notice any of this? They did talk about the Pink Princess having a bad hip. They did. No, you're right. And I didn't say anything at the time because I didn't want to manifest it. You're a rather lively old lady. So basically, you received the standard request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here. It appears she's telling the truth. Why is that important as evidence? Request from Miss Oldbag to stand for Mindy, the Pink Princess actress who fell ill. I can't select it. Okay. My fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Tears of laughter, as I recall. But being famous has its problems too, you know. Here, take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker. Also with that weird handwriting. I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Is this not some crazy messed up thing? It's just his distinctive handwriting. And this was a stage note from Larry. I was taking my break when I found this stuck under the door to my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look at what it says. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Oh, absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think he could get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? But now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe.
Where do I factor?
You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Come on, Edgy Poo, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get.
What were you doing at the time of the crime?
What crime?
What?
After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands, so I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Okay, so that's the chimney that, okay. Alright. Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me.
If you could please not cling onto my personage.
In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, that, no, I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hip started aching, acting up, and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you provide proof of your condition? Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater all the way to this embassy. I have to admit the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant. Ooh, is that Missile? I've brought the police dog as requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. Oh my god. This dog. I requested the assistance of a dog in our search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Yeah. Oh, they knew how to dash me down with Old Bag Reveal and bring me right back up with Missile.
You're a real cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy.
The fucking mugshot for the dog is so good.
That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taken care of. I think its name is Missile.
What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks. That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us, you know. Probably should have a collar or something, but he's fine. Now, Missile, I want you to go find some clues. Go! He knows what that means. Look at him go. Yeah, dig in there. Oh, wow, wow, he's really good at his job. You really are quite bright, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Franziska, isn't that an official samurai dog? Whoa, whoa, no bad missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's all right for him to eat that. He ate the evidence. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's quite a bit of information you gathered there in a single quick glance. We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place. God damn this fucking game. It looks like that snack wasn't all missile found. What do we have here? It appears to be a lady's undershirt. I wonder if Ambassador Alba might have an interest in cross-dressing. It's no doubt that doesn't look like the shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it. Why would they make me do this? If you could please take a look at this brown colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would gladly give you to as many as you'd like.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Effort only in you. Have you checked if there are any extraterritorial beings near here? Yeah, I got an app on my phone. It tells me if there's an alien nearby. It goes beep. And then I look up, and then there's a big green alien just doing like that cool dance. Just superimposed on the sky. This shirt was found here at this crime scene.
What?
Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing, I tell you. What? Oh, I admit that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing that pink princess costume was like being in a sauna. And on top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I'd been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, it's always like this. It's always I'm stuck marrying you. You spread down, I can't help it. You marry me, I'll see them in these days. Yeah. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions, so I can safely assume she really was drying her shirts by the fireplace on her break. And somehow the undershirt managed to move from the next room into this one. Does the fireplace do like a rotate? Like in a Resident Evil, put a gem in a statue and then turn around? I assume the samurai dog was also yours? That brilliant mind of yours, you really can see through everything about me. And still the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. It is, Cap. That samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Of course I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy poo.
If you could just stick to what I asked you.
Edgy, are you? And Miss Oldbag?
No.
You really don't change, do you? When will you learn how to take a joke? Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them, hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. With the baby? Those studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? Did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, don't just ignore me and my question. Aren't you gonna stick up for me? About that. See, after the show, I went to rest the spell in the dressing room. Because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. The floor? Oh, in a box. I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them as well. Excuse me. I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kid's show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they're so good that I couldn't stop. Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half a dozen or so boxes. How many are in a box? As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, ah, this is... What is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who am I to say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. Prize of embassy staff. Samurai dogs. Looks like the lesson for today is that when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. You want me to? Yeah, I'm timing you out for that. There you go. Oh, you earned that timeout. Great, good job. Enjoy your timeout. Okay. No, doggy. Doggy. He was a much bigger help than I thought he would be. Yes, however, there are a few aspects I don't understand about what he found. In that case, you should keep on investigating until you do understand. Now, my subordinates, continue with the investigation. All right, I will. It's with great dread that I proceed and do what I must to solve the case. Doggy. I just want to say hi to Doggy. Missile, 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 missile. Missile, missile, missile. Hello. No matter how hard you try, you'll never be a necessity in our Shifu's investigation. Is that a fact? No matter how good he is, he's bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. And how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? What's up? You got too many poop? And you have too many poop. We'll take that poop. We will take your burdens from you. You did some investigating over in the Ablaze embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Lang Z says a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what are you trying to say, seeing as how I'm currently handling 2 cases? Suit yourself. But don't say I didn't warn you. Yeah, my brain's already mush, and we're not even that far. What was the... What is that plant supposed to be? It's supposed to be Alba. There was a grandfather clock just like this one earlier in the Ablaze embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior design really suffers for it. I think this clock actually fits the decor of this room quite well. I suppose the wood does suit the all-natural atmosphere of this room. Its design and the material it's made of strike a good balance with the plants. You two, now's not the time to be talking about interior decorating, you know. Hurry up and save me. Be quiet. Yeah. This is all part of my elite investigation. All you need to do is be quiet and watch. I do believe Larry's a point for once. There are decorative plants here as well. This room is overflowing with nature. Humans used to live in the grandeur of nature once, long ago. I believe I'm not mistaken in thinking that those people truly loved nature. This coming from a man who loves shows featuring costumed actors. She just had to go there again, didn't she? I can't look further in there. Alright. Can I have a brain blast about anything? Oh. Yeah. Smoke from the chimney. She used the fireplace. Put them together. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. According to Larry, this is a contradiction of facts, is it not? I mean, maybe it spun around, maybe it didn't. But I think the main point is that there's 1 chimney for 2 fireplaces. It might also do a spin. But that's why he was like, there's 1 chimney up there. Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? No new pope. No, the hot dog didn't burn with white smoke. No hot dog pope. There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? I see, so what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of that chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically the fireplaces of neighboring rooms share 1 chimney. Is that what you're implying? Yeah. Precisely. Yep, Whoa! The lady's undershirt that Missile found. Why are you getting all excited over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug. If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong, this is evidence. And the owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And yet, despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt? Are you seriously claiming it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney, leading us to the possibility the 2 fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. They're just staring at it. There's an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Let's see if I can't get a better look at it. Oh my god.
What in the...
The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room. There appears to be nothing particular about the next room. But the fact that there is nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through the fireplace. And if it's identical on the other side, and there's an identical thing on the other side, we now know the fireplace connects the two rooms. How exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as Damasked 2 Killers now, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip, so she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with Damask 2's murder.
My brain is restored.
It would appear that the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then, if you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know that there still is something you are keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why isn't you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you, I should hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself and throw everything into a mass confusion. He would do that. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask that you do not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Although allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, and that I will draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. All right, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as what you did up on the roof tonight. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. You wandered up onto the roof? A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know. Is it? So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. Larry, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy, man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I can't just blurt it out. So you're just gonna have to reason it out of me. As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. We gotta throw him into space. We gotta send Larry into space. Left the pushcart in the rose garden.
Hold it!
You left the pushcarts? Could you please clarify that statement for me? Yeah, so the wheels on the pushcart got covered in dirt from the rose garden. It would have made a mess of the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said to just leave it. It would be rather impolite to dirty another country's embassy. Come to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way into the embassy. What was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried by some docs on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain in her bad hip that she suffered during the show. So I came into the embassy, right? And then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. So you shook hands with the ambassador of the Kingdom of Alabas, did you? Yeah, can you believe it? I did something really cool for a change. But honestly speaking, there's nothing interesting about shaking some guy's hand. Hey there, are you disrespecting another country in their very own embassy? As someone with roots in this country, I'm feeling nothing but incredible shame at this second. She has roots in that country? Agreed. I apologize for his inconsiderate words. Now, Larry, please continue. What is with all of you? You keep saying that kind of thing and I'll tell you only lies. You're already telling us nothing but lies, so let it go and move on. Let it go and move on. Nayuta was here. You don't need to glare at me like that, Edgy. She's sure. Oh, this country. Japan of foreign. I thought she was talking about Alabas. Alabas the Blessed. After that, and until my next experience, I wandered around.
Hold it!
Yeah, no, I know she's German. Larry, I want you to listen very carefully and take this to heart. The whole point of your life is to cause misery and pain to everyone you encounter. I know, I get it. I'm totally the bad guy again. I
Thought you were his friend. Don't you think that was a bit harsh? Lang Z says, true friends are bosom friends. If you're in trouble, call on your bosom friend, whose shoulder you can truly cry on. Hey, bosom buddy, I hope you're listening carefully to my testimony. Has it crossed your pea-sized brain yet that Agent Lang is only out to arrest you, Larry? Now then, you were wandering around inside the embassy, and then what happened? All the above. That's when I spotted the chimney. It's a rare thing. Tit friend. It means titty. I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agreed, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type. A romantic chimney. It might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them, and I just had a good feeling about that chimney. What? Then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. What is he talking about? You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. Yep, no, I remember. That was down at Gourd Lake. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk of being childhood friends, huh? That wasn't that long ago. It's not a felony to dress up and play Santa, you know. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. It is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. He watched Mary Poppins and he misunderstood a few things. I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Yeah, gee, that's so incredibly me. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did graduate from junior high, you know. They teach you that in 8th grade. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was delivering a present to a child not basking in the warm glow of love?
Objection!
That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard, but a lie is still a lie.
You know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that?
The person you wish to deliver a present unto was most certainly this. What the? That, oh. Was it Master 2? Was it her?
Take that!
Because he didn't know it was Olbak? Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect.
Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Olbak so much I'd go down a chimney.
Ow! I'd advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? Define wrong impression. I simply mean the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And that fact is best summed up with this. What? Huh, what? What? Huh? What? This? Wait, he wrote Wendy.
Take that!
I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. That's not it. Yeah, he's like, you're bullying me. No, you know, what? You're going to take a look. I mean, it was written to Wendy, but it could be his handwriting so bad he wrote it to someone else. Didn't he say her name was Mindy? So, yeah, he just wrote Mr. Mindy. Doesn't that not point to his misunderstanding? What's up with that anyway? It's proof you never even know it existed. Right now, I get back to you. And again, I got the ropes now. What was that piece? That was a really good question again. Okay. Wendy? It's full of womenzy. Where the new Tokyo? What the hell do they want then? What is related to not knowing her identity is what I'm assuming it's about. Adventures Hall. He didn't know about this, right? What the heck? It's set to M for Mindy, sure, set to W for Wembo. That's fine. No. I don't think this has to do with it. Well, I don't know. I just thought because they're trying to... He's trying to point out why he wouldn't have known that it was Old Bag. What else do I have that points to it not being Old Bag? Nothing else for him.
Take that!
I was like, but wait, he wouldn't know about the note. But that's the point. Listen, sometimes the poo brain hits just right. This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess. I was like thinking about it backwards. Mindy was it again. It seems this man is quite taken with that actress. And then the note is getting ahead of where we're at, as I love to do. It seems this man's quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me. I just know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell you. You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes. This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. What the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do y'all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? To return to the original topic, I propose at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure. Hey, Edgy. Looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. I guess old boy here really still has something he'd like to say. Lang Z says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. All right, then get ready to listen to me defeat Edgy in a battle of wits. There, you've forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Yeah, you forgot. So you think that all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? What? Someone say something! Larry, are you seriously trying to submit this not as a confession, but as testimony? So what if I am? Is there something wrong with that? My claim is a claim claiming my claim. Do you have a problem with that? So it was you. You're my stalker. But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. I'm the devoted type of woman who's wholly focused on one man. As long as Edgy is alive, I can't just try and be unfaithful. No, I can't. Although earlier I was tempted to depend on a wolf man, but my dear Edgy, I passed flying clothes. I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it was my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you've still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy, everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry. But I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. The only thing I want to do is go visit Mindy.
Hold it!
Yeah. Well, I've been saying that for a while now. After all, if not for that, then what other reason did you wish to go down that chimney? Everything is evidence. You can't say that without any evidence. That's against the rules, Edgy. Yeah, thanks for keeping the prosecutor in line for me, Mr. Suspect. I have the evidence, and if you wish to see it that badly, I can introduce you to. But it's not good to keep them waiting, my subordinate. Hurry and show them already. All lies, Edgy. If you wish to lie, then by all means continue, because I'm ready to expose your lie at a moment's notice. You won't get the better of me. Now let's see. I dressed up as Santa and climbed into the chimney.
Hold it!
Was the smoke coming from the chimney really that thick? You bet. It was so thick I had tears pouring out of my eyes. It was a mess. I see. You do realize that you've just confirmed for us your chimney escapade. That's totally unfair. You tricked me, Edgy. Hardly. You simply have yet to master how to counter this cross-examination technique. What I just said was a slip of the... No, I said the wrong thing. Besides, isn't this what you really meant to say about what I did tonight? It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech.
Hold it!
I'm not quite sure how you could mistake that actress for this lady. Oh, Edgy Poo, are you staring at me? Are you finally succumbing to my feminine charms? I should think that the Steel Samurai is the one who should know all about your charms. Me? Edgy? What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. Simply that the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess are husband and wife. Is my poor little Edgy Poo jealous? If you could please drop that line of discussion right this instant. Edgy, I told you I already have Mindy. Speaking of Mindy, exactly what kind of woman would you say she is? Edgy, are you seriously telling me you don't know who the Mindy is? She's just like what her name means. She's super sweet with a great smile. I don't mean to brag, but she's one of the troop's fastest rising stars. Interesting. So you're saying a woman like that is what made you late for the speech? Curse you too. Why is everyone out to make a suspect out of me? Look, all I can say is this. I was late to the speech. Is that what Mindy means? Mindy Young Basket. Well, it's not if I came a suspect or what's what you really bet.
Hold it!
I suppose you might be correct in a small way. What do you mean by that? Besides being a suspect in a murder, there are a few other things you are suspect of. Ugh, not you too, Francie. You tried to stalk me, but I wouldn't let you intimidate me like that. I already told you, Miss Oldbag. I wasn't after you. I was trying to see Mindy. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, can I just arrest this guy already? I completely understand how you feel, Agent Lang. Wait, please, just what I have to say. If you have a serious assertion to make, I'd consider listening. No problem. I'm gonna put all I got into this, so listen good. Why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose?
Hold it!
Larry, this is the final point you wish to make. You got it. I've called on all the energy I have and told it to you with all my soul. In that case, allow me to take that soul and break it. Huh? Yes, we'll stamp it under our feet until it's been ground to a fine powder. A fine powder? Yeah, get his ass. Eek. If you really put all your soul into that, then you're ready for what's coming, right? In place of the Honorable Larry, I offer my soul to you. Larry, come out from behind there and face this like a man. You're scary, my liege. This whole testimony is one giant confession of all that he's done tonight. He's practically begging me to show why he bothered to put himself through all this. Yeah. Let's go visit Mindy. I'm assuming it's the letter. The question is, where do I put it? Let's go visit Mindy. Trust the is the mistaken identity thing? Or is it the word Mindy that matters?
Objection!
Okay, it's not this. You're actually a really good guy at heart. I can't believe you do such a great thing for Roxana and I. What are you going on about? What are you going on about? I thought you just said that you were going to bury us down under. So you're gonna chase her down with me in Australia and cover some berries, right? I said nothing of the sort. If you'd been listening carefully, you would have noticed I said buried. What? Buried. You say buried, I say buried. Tomato, tomato.
He is seriously trying my patience. This is what space happens.
What about with this? Go visit Mindy? Yes, you wrote a letter to Mindy.
Objection!
Okay, all right. Yeah. Tomato. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. It feels like we're so far removed from the dead body we're standing on top of. Hey, why are you showing this thing to me? With Andy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night. Well, isn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ugh! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection!
What dead body? Yeah, don't worry about it. You can pretend to be ignorant all you like, but it's written down here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather that you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit. Well, part of this letter shows the person Larry was saying to me was Mindy. The part where it says Mindy.
Take that!
Mindy. Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship lessons. I thought that this was meant to be like a secret note. Like this was a one message that had been written on top of, but it was actually just meant to prove how bad his handwriting is, and that's great. If you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English. You wrote Mindy so sloppily it became windy to the average eye. Windy. Hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing. There, isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that will have to wait until we're out of this crime scene. Edgy, save me from the scary man. Sure, if you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It's a fake. Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean.
Hold it!
Look like the average chat message from yours truly. Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. Ergo, all we have to do is compare the handwriting in this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life.
Hold it!
Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you've already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting.
Take that!
When you handed me this note that said Daddy on it. This autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. Jessica Alba over Edgeworth's shoulder. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. Huh? The tree man? What are you talking about? He finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, all right? I wanted to go into Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. Quercus Alba. Jessica Alba. Okay. What choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. At least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter and stuck it under the door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that the letter was an utter failure at conveying the said sentiment. I'm really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight on the face of humanity. You can't follow that up with a but. But you can follow it up with a however. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me, because at the very least I can attest to that about you. Edgy, you're... We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow! There's still a dead body in the corner. In any case, I believe we can say that we now know exactly what happened. Do we? Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor, although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off, okay? Hey, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says I'm not off the hook yet? He means the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can't only rely on the words of the suspect, after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night, but the blood-stained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene, as long as there's no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Eek! Edgy, that guy, he looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon, but the real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble, but this is one game I can't afford to lose. Why Larry? I was the one who found the body of the victim, demasked too. So you're the suspect. Besides him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect Larry Butts, in here too. Yep. John, bye for now. Thanks, Dana. It's fine. It was very good. Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership?
But this owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you?
Hold it.
Larry, death. If you're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney, we've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends. Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. Come on, I can't think of something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Larry, I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you. Or me, for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. Which we can do. Probably. That was where I found the body.
Hold it.
Why, Larry? Why?
You're the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. Well, they said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babao. And your secretary, Agent Sheena, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. Ha! So you're gonna use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern with discoverers of bodies. But in the Babalese case, there was proof that she was holding the weapon, right? In this one, it's a bit different since we know exactly where the weapon is. Besides him was the sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood.
Hold it.
I mean, you know he's wrong. Because if he found the body and then someone else came in, they can't prove that the sword was where he says it was. He was the first one on the scene. So it's actually the same as Kay showing up and having the murder weapon. Maybe it's 1% less obvious because she was holding it as opposed to him being near it, but whatever. Excuse me, but glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell of blood. And according to the test, the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. The sword was made to only be used on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Which leads me to suspect the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death. This last statement's too important to let slip. Covered in the victim's blood.
Hold it.
So the sword is covered in the victim's blood. Yeah, the lab results confirm the blood on the sword matches the victim's. But the sword is as dull as a vanilla envelope. It's just a stage prop after all. The Steel Samurai's all about safety first, so you can't use it like a real sword. The Steel Samurai has spoken. The Pink Princess also appears to have something she'd like to petition to you personally. What the Pink Princess would like to say can wait for the day after eternity. My point is that even though the sword is too dull to slice with, it's certainly heavy enough to bludgeon someone to death with. I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing.
Hold it.
About this samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna throw at him, is that the sword is likely hollow and would show signs of being bent and damaged if it was the murder weapon.
They confirmed the blood on the sword belongs to the victim. Have they confirmed that the outline of this wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, shouldn't that body not be here? Well, I suppose so. Guess they must still be investigating the room. Meaning it's possible he doesn't know about that piece of evidence's true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good. Let's continue. It was supposed to be in the Steel Samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Oops.
Hold it.
Miles, horrible, terrible, no good 48 hours.
Larry's already testified he forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here and I left it behind by accident. So what? You lied earlier. Who's to say that this excuse isn't another lie? But I forget stuff all the time, right, Edgy? Tell him. Why don't you tell him yourself?
You see, what did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse.
Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth. And yet you offer it up as fact. You're a worse person than I originally thought. You're free to think what you'd like. However, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw in it soon enough. I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry, in here. The butts. Just because he's the owner of the weapon and was at the scene of the crime, and it seems like he'd do it, doesn't mean he's the killer. Nope, climbing all the way up to the chimney's plenty suspicious in my book as well. Regarding that, I've already drawn the truth out, and the truth is one thing I don't bend.
It doesn't matter if it's you or whoever. You prosecutors are all the same. And as for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in. An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors? What are you playing at? Sorry, sis, but there's only two things I trust: my subordinates and evidence at the crime scene. Agent Lang hates prosecutors, but as long as he trusts evidence that's been left at a crime scene, there is something I can show him that he can believe in. It's simply not possible the samurai sword is the real murder weapon. I should focus on proving that point to Lang first. You beat the victim dead with that thing. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way he did that. Do I use this?
Objection!
Cool. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. I think the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you going to tell me that this spear is the real weapon? No. I simply want you to take a look at this section here. Yo, Paper Stingray. Thanks for the prime. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. Appreciate it. The way it's bent. Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against the wall in this embassy earlier. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Ayah! Oh yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him? He couldn't do the early summer rain jab attack. Well, that's been updated? Okay. How is that gonna come into play? Ouch. That's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Updated samurai report. Back on the topic of the spear. Let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have real strategy per se. All I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. It's the Phoenix way. Random bullshit go. As you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken, for no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There is nothing more important in this world than a perfect victory. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. That's the power of Phoenix on his brain. And if that means that the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor, but you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Damask II without bending it. So what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it, my time to bring this to a close. Why, Larry? That's the power of Yowie, baby. It's possible to use the sword to kill someone, and under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We search the embassy, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. Isn't it only natural that suspicion would fall into the owner of said weapon? Just going back to Larry again. How long do you intend to cling onto that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone we've left unturned. No, but you literally did not turn a stone in the fireplace, so I don't believe you. We have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion, that the only place inside this embassy with the victim's blood on it is this sword. You left no stone unturned, is that a fact? If you've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Of course, in that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. Yeah, I saw Detective was going. I saw Game streamed it. I'm excited to check it out once I have time in the stream. We gotta finish this first. Time in the stream schedule. It's possible to use the sword to kill someone.
Hold it!
May I inquire as to how you're able to make such a claim, Agent Lang? Lang Z says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man. Rather than man, it's Agent Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing. Even with a toy-like sword, it's easy to kill a man if you hit just the right spot. The boing loins? Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
Frog detective, penguin detective, Albert Wildcat detective. But we can only be sure one way or the other by seeing if the wound matches the sword. I know that, but as long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I'd like. And under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion.
Hold it!
But you must know that your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstance I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates, because they're a much more trustworthy bunch than you prosecutors will ever be.
Hold it!
And you call yourself a professional.
Knuckle back!
You still don't see, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? You have to earn my trust. And the only way to do that is to show me proof of another possible murder weapon. Another possible weapon in this room, there's only one other thing left. This is gonna be a gamble, but I can't withdraw from the game now. You're not gonna get me to trust you by the power of your glare alone, you know. Plus, I have other reasons as to why I think the samurai sword's the murder weapon. Let me search the embassy, only found the thing. The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword. So, Bagel, 68. That's right, even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what I've already outlined. Do you have a problem with Agent Lang's assertion that the samurai sword is the weapon? If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open for you. Who knows him? Lang's a rival, we only dealt with him for 2 cases. More became anything? Yeah, I think he works as a rival, though. Because he's not trying to stop the truth, he's just got his own motivations. How do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. Ha, 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 ha. The real murder weapon, I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy, and they conclude there's nothing else that could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Of course. Because it's not possible your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games. I don't appreciate when people like you slander my men. Don't come after number one. They're not numbers, they're men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing out their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. And that item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real weapon that killed Damask too. What exactly is it? The real weapon which no single person has yet to touch is loose. Nappa statue? Ablaze statue.
Take that!
Imagine picking the wrong statue. The national treasure of Alabasta. You mean the Primiduck statue? Yes, and as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Which, I believe, means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? Ha 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 ha. You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabasta and the Republic of Babal. The 2 countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction of the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there is only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. He's most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang Z says, just go already. Yes, sir. He did say that once. It's true. Shifu. Yeah. I am really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the Primiduck statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation is at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you gotta be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang? What do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. What? But Shifu, what about causing an international incident? Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to later.
Yeah, it's missile.
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone is to take the responsibility, let it be mine. Responsibility? If we're gonna talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, less talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken.
Agent Lang, I'd like to run a chemiluminescence test on the statue.
Chemiluminescence? A luminol test. Good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. What? Heh, looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed Damask 2. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. Doesn't prove that he didn't kill Damask 2, so the charge remains. We are hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. Knowing that it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Knock yourself out. Whoa. Oh. Whoa. Doo-doo-dee-boo-dee-boop. Upon closer inspection, he really does look a lot like the Steel Samurai. Maybe that's why they chose him to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I actually can't discredit that hypothesis. Maybe the people of this embassy just really like the Steel Samurai. That's absolutely preposterous. I don't think it's that unlikely. We mustn't go around denouncing people's opinions. And yet look how easily you discredited mine, not that I care why they chose him. Yeah. There's a shield on his back. I wonder if that's supposed to mean that his back is covered. Lang Z says those with a shield on their back deflect all enemies behind them. They also get +2 to defense when they start their turn in the same spot, when they end their turn at the same spot as they started their turn. It means he's ready for any blindside attacks that may come his way. Agent Lang, there's no need to attach overly complex meanings to such a simple thing. You didn't seem to get Lang Z's saying, so I was just explaining it to you. It's +2 AC. Was he still samurai? Yeah. And the pink princess was old bag. It's been a whole thing. The saying itself is what I was referring to when I said overly complex, you know. With his sword drawn and ready, there's a certain aura of valor around him. Lang Z says those who hold a sword hold an equally strong will. It's said the weapon one holds reflects the strength and one's will of character. I wonder if this was created as a show of the country's majesty. Well, and what does Franzie's whip say about her character? It says that I'm ready to exact punishment on those who would break the law. Why are you glaring at me? I thought you understood I'm not the killer. I believe in your case she wishes to exact punishment before anything else happens. I got an achievement for examining the sword and the shield, apparently. Yeah. And what do we have here? This dirty smudge looks like a handprint. What's a definitive piece of evidence like you doing under here? Looks like we've got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. Oh shit. They 100% belong to Larry. He turned and knocked over the statue with his spear, and then he put it back on the pedestal. God damn it. It looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Forensics guy, I want results of these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? He's wearing a costume with gloves. I guess it depends on when he came in here. Because if he knocked over the statue when he was taking the photo, there would have been witnesses to that. So if he came back here later on his own, but then why would he have the spear on him? I don't know. I have the analysis results, sir. And about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. You know the victim of the murder in the Ablaze embassy? The prints belong to him, Mr. Manny Cochin. But that's... Did he swap the statues? What's going on around here? That's impossible. Each Prima Duck statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babal's Prima Duck statue. Impossible. It can't be.
Ay-ya-ya! Ay-ya-ya! Larry never once set foot on Babbly's soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an alabastian knife in Babal. And Damas too was killed on alabastian soil with Babal's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yatagarasu, who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I'd yet to see the big picture they were to form. Oh my god. Yeah. Alright, there's the Yatagarasu. This case is a mess. 9:21 p.m. I've left the Damas 2 investigation in Francisco and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, okay, what's the situation? It's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress.
We weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out.
Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation?
We had a really fun time, sir.
I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
You have permission to enter the Alabastian Embassy, is that correct?
Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir.
He's playing both sides. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Don't need them anymore. Please take them. Please take them. They belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask.
The pink princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir?
The kind that was also playing the role of the pink badger yesterday.
What? Understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere.
He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe we'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. What do you mean, fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay, great. Jeez, what do I have left? Still have a lot of the hot dogs are important. Okay. Great. You're not going back to Alabasta already, are you? Not yet. I need to gather more information first. Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth.
You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective.
Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir.
So, what'd you find out? I take it he's found nothing of any particular use, as usual.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Paleno.
Oh, and what is this something interesting?
This, sir.
That's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why is the flame burned green, Detective?
So apparently if you burn the special wit crystal oil that they make only in Babal, it burns this green color, sir.
Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose it's a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes?
They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so project the images.
Yeah? Oh, silhouettes, huh? They're rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation.
What's wrong, sir?
There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much?
You got it, sir.
Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff?
Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner.
I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Do any of the shapes look like some sort of a silhouette of like a thief? Like a great thief? Is that an option? There's a sign here warning passersby to take precautions around this renovation site. Just Gumshoe and K. They're really going all out. There's construction going on everywhere. He's got all kinds of skills. I believe Ambassador Paleno said it was to attract more tourists and visitors. What can they do with the new stuff they're building? Hey, what do you think they should do, Mr. Edgeworth? How about you transforming it into a courthouse? Be serious. But I was being serious. I'm always serious. Oh no. A tragic fate has befallen this wheelbarrow. Can I look at it? Look at the bushes. Hey, do you detect the scent of treasure coming from this bush? The scent of treasure, not at all. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're totally not with it. I'm not with it. No, and it's important for both thieves and prosecutors to be energetic. Perhaps for a thief like you, but that level of energy is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You really think so? That prosecutor we met at Gatewater Land seemed to be pretty active. He's not a prosecutor anymore. See how everything just naturally balances out? Dude. Is this some sort of a stepladder? A ladder. Actually, that's a stepladder. They're the exact same thing. No way! From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A stepladder is much too heavy to carry around after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Noted. Yeah, we're so fucking bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation. Because I don't smell a drop of gold here or any other treasure for that matter. Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. I got my stepladder banner. That's a pretty good play on words there. Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that. Are you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe?
No, it's not like that, sir.
Then what is it like? Nothing. The stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the Greatest Great Thief Show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. So how come so many traffic cones are red and white? That's because they're highly visible from a great distance. Red and white? Is that why? So then the reason you wear that wine red suit is for visibility's sake. Please don't compare me to a ragged plastic traffic cone. Gumshoe's been using that same coat. No, he had a different coat. Wait, is it the same one and it's just faded and become more green over time? Because it was more like a beige coat. Just can't know what a thief is or does. I don't think she does. This bush looks like the perfect place to hide some treasure. There's no treasure. Too bad. We do have a lot of treasures back in Babal. Sounds great. I'm sure to pay you guys a visit sometime for a 5-finger discount. We welcome you anytime. You're sure you want to invite a thief in your country with open arms. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here with these, you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. Eat the coupon. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Normally, we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight, over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire the Yatagarasu started. Exactly. His hands are massive. Yeah, he's got me the out hands. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primadux statues. I see. Let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babal used to be one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primadux statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it? That's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabast and Babal were to reestablish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primadux statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Paleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Maybe. I suppose. Hey. He's hot when he isn't smarmy. There's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect to be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Sounds like Mr. Cochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, man, he had been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Well, we call it CUC for short. CUC. However, tonight's events proceeded without a hitch. Our two countries were to reunify and become one again. That was happening today? But I guess with how things turned out, the dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Let's show him the fingerprint. Or do I just show him the... Was this the one? They changed the order in my inventory to make it extra confusing. Ambassador Plano, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primiduck statue sitting in Alabas right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primiduck statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession, well, I've already inspected it myself, and is definitely Alabas statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Yeah. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babal's just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. Meaning that somehow, both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. The fake Yatagarasu. In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected, of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The Guardian's just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Chat, you know what to do. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? What is it? My guess it's a guitar pick. For the Gaviniers? I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be any use? There's a little water in it. How did the water get on it? There was a fire, and they put out the fire with water. Doesn't look like there's anything that could get it wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I find its owner later. Guitar pick. It's also wet. Huh. Pick data. You just throw them over the barrier? I mean, I guess. There's one more thing. Or the rooftop. I guess there is a wall on the roof as well, but... Yeah. This treasure was really hold on to this. What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. You think she'd be stupid enough to use the same perfume after it was how she was caught out 7 years ago? The answer is yes, because it's been entered in evidence. Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. It's Ace Attorney. Let's go. Yeah, why not? Hello. I'll return the investigation to Alabast now, but I know I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there. The Rose Garden. Oh, well. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. The Yatagarasu. Even now, I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. That's what I came here to investigate. It's the Iron Infant, the baby. We're programmed things for 76. Will Edgeworth ever free Barbatar for his sins? He's guilty, on all accounts. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. With, like, maybe some kind of, like, lantern-based technology that can project shadows. But it burns green! And that wasn't... it is kind of greenish. In it. Like, a little bit. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared and just as suddenly vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babalese embassy and the Yatagarasu started. My sin was being a gamer. Guilty! Your Honor, League of Legends, I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. What's this? A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primidux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. There's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. Great. You know what would help with, like, visualizing a crime scene? Kay's magical gadget that can recreate crime scenes that we used for one case and never again since then. Like, maybe it'll come up again if this case really is that long, but it seems like a neat mechanic that they'll use in one case. Is it possible the Yatagarasu hid in these bushes? Of course not. They're rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you. But it's alright. I'll wake you up out of your stupor. Now, the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember I'll whip you for real. All I try to do is offer up a possibility, and this is what I get. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics, this pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh! The pool stopped filling itself automatically. Fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. What the fuck? If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level, which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. What? I took some notes about what? It fills the water when the water level's too low. What? What? Why? Where? How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Yeah. All right, then. Did you, by chance, fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son. I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. He's talking about I thought Larry had a child. I was like, no way. No. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile, how can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, Pink Princess. The Pink Princess?
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma, I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. We've given a whole new meaning to the phrase an astounding fool. Larry, We have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured, if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Dear God. Larry jump scare. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair? Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. Sounds like my old principal from grade school would speak at assemblies. Ooh. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primadux statue. The plaque says King Primadux and the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. This Primadux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. There's some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they're grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. Can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I'd better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Of all the people to comment on the proper balance of things. What's up? Hey, have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignments at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Yeah? You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at that time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief, all right, with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows, but when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. Getting taken in by Interpol for illegal parking, that's how they get you. The next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit again, the deft thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here. You're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette. Yep.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Heh, good thinking, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. You have to check everyone's shape. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. It sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Let's hear what you know on the subject. What really cast a shadow of the Yatagarasu? Whoa. I just figured it was the lantern. Was it the statue? Maybe it was the statue.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing the spring shadow of the Yatagarasu, isn't it not possible, was created by this statue? It's probably Larry. Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct, however, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow? The weird leaf thing?
Take that!
Would that angle even work? It wouldn't work. Cool. As I thought, I was testing you. We have no time to waste on your pompous talk. Hiya! Hiya! Nya. I guess Francisco couldn't understand my point. Anything that's through again in the Yatagarasu shadow? There really is only one thing that can explain how it was cast, and it must be this. Was it a part of the original shadow? Yeah, but it's not the, huh? What? Huh? What else could have been? Like the lights could have been standing up, but that's not the right shape at all. There's more screen. Oh. I didn't realize I could turn. Other statue.
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow is made from the shadows of these two shadows. I mean statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, do you believe the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, that we set up a spotlight to cast the shadow of King Primadux on the battlefield. The shadow of the king statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set a light on the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux, her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage. Aha, so if we were to combine the two shadows, ta-da! It looks nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part. And that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Why'd you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. What part of the queen statue is to complete the Yatagarasu's shadow?
Take that!
RE7 shadow puzzle. Latent ass puzzle. Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the queen's left hand? Alright. Yeah, it looks like fingers, alright. That's how fingers do. It's... This is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. That's bullshit, but okay. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around. She got them Grinch fingers, which we can assume is also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished. Which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country the thief visited was Babal, though it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice, but who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. The biggest clue yet to solve in this case is the existence of this accomplice. My brain is healed. How's the investigation going? ... Oh, this ain't Detective Bad. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I have left the murder in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? No. Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we're ready to face whatever may come. So if you please... When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me an interesting picture. Is that Lotta? Must be. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. I thought it was just gonna be a fun cameo. This is the photo I got from her. Ugh. A smudge on the lens, surely. What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air. The times they are a-changin'. It's not just man, but evidence, even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see, so this was taken after the fire. Yeah, it's FF7 remake. Taking for the building, sure.
The blur in this picture took off from the Ablaze embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Ablaze.
Objection!
Clearly, that's just a bus with a cloak on it. We have seen that before.
This is simply not possible. People aren't capable of flight.
Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Which wasn't actually flying. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well, too, actually.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? The Yatagarasu took off from the Ablaze embassy, so I should start from there. Franziska, I need to return to the Babal investigation for a bit. Alright. Big top and the bridge. Oh yeah, flying on the bridge. So the Yatagarasu was just a shadow. The calling card that was sent is what threw everyone off and made them assume things. It's possible that all of the evidence tonight were part of the overall plan.
I'm gonna continue investigating on the Al-Bastion side. You two, as I always say, don't do anything stupid, alright?
I wonder if he's alright. It's unusual for him to be so nice. I think it's simply that he's concerned for our well-being, Franziska. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool? That's such poor planning if there was no place other than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for the viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time. Though I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. Hey, Taro Otaro. Watching your VOD channel for ages. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in live. Can't get to the actual... Let me up on stage. I want to make an announcement. Is this thing on? Franziska's short. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. All right, I'm counting on you. Oh, hey. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Was she just standing there T-posing the whole time?
Come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yes, let's. Yeah, well. Boop. Whip sounds resound through the microphone, right? Back in the... Where am I going? Sure. Can I check the fireplace now, finally? To think after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Plano, but I've yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real one is a noble vigilante who only is out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Paleno? Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I will gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Plano. You're a total gentleman. A gentleman? You don't have to waste such nice words on me, Miss. Hey, Sir Plano. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're gonna investigate, but where should we begin? Should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Cochin's killer. We don't know that yet, however, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. How's the case come along? It's coming along. It's a doozy, and I don't know how far we are, but we're making progress. We must be. Furthermore, because the key to the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it. That woman's almost definitely Mr. Cochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. Too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? He has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad? Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. We need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. Did they get up on the roof and their coat flew away and that's what the picture was of? In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Well, now there's no police over by the window. So we can scamp over there. He's so good. I love Detective Bad. He's so bad. I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Ablaze embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. What? That's such a huge proportion of the building. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. It was only 2 floors were on fire. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the 2nd one of the night. Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the 2nd one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the 1st fire? Dang. Also, yeah, the top floors, there's like a bunch of broken windows and stuff, but there's no smoke coming out of them. Is that meant to be a clue there? When was this photo taken? After the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. See, when he said that, I assumed he just meant that only part of the fires have been taken care of, but only a quarter of the building burned down. I suppose this means the photo was taken just after the 1st fire was put out. So then what was the extent of the damage in the 2nd fire? The 2nd fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Plano. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were, and if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Very well, let's see, I've been busy all day from morning till now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. What did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own? I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Prima Duck statue and the Ablaze knife set are down here. I see. But this is where they are on the other side, and they're like mirrors of each other? Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. Ha ha ha. I guess I'm up the creek without Manny here to get angry at me. How many times does Hold It get used to shut up randomly witnesses? Because that was super funny. Every 3 seconds in this game. It's used quite a bit. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. He was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Ablaze ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. Okay. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Looks like we had no other work to do but being an ambassador and all. Also, if this was the day the countries were supposed to reunify, seems like a lot of stuff had to be done. If you could tell me what you and Cochin did this afternoon. Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. They were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I'd straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the 3 of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He had prepared for a handshake in his office? I guess that's what his hand warm-ups are for? He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me. But during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? That's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Yeah, Ambassador Plano, thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Okay. This is the real Primaduck statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say.
Hold it!
Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue's worth. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. It appears that Mr. Cochin's body's been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that's left to tell the tale of his murder. It appears this area was heavily damaged by the fire. I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. No, the chair! Looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. But you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's a part of my job to examine things. And my job's to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. Think Maya's spinning in a chair in prison right now? I like to think so. I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Yeah. What did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Bob Balls would look like a flower and the receiver be a butterfly. That way, it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia? There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination. Yeah. The idea fucks hard, though. It's not as good as a burger phone, but it's pretty good. There's a bottle of Babali's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk, and it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Plano, looks like your precious Babali's ink is all right after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Would you mind elaborating about that? About the ink? I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manu was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him. When I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, wit crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babali's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire, so that's why I was surprised to find out when there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Weird. Suspicious. Mysterious. Confounding. There's only one book left standing here. Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. Uh-huh. I see. Ah. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burnt. Rip. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. Doesn't look too damaged. I think we can rifle through this drawer a little bit. I suppose we really should take a look. This is rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. Seems the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of some solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Babal sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. What kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind? What else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Manny Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake? Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. I should get one for my desk. Yeah, right. Yeah. Take that. Take that. Take these. Take that. Your Urethra, the shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. You're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. I thought they were talking about the video game for a sec. And I was like, wait, what? Ah, yes. That notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Wouldn't you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. You're sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by in the fires? Ambassador Blano, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. In that case, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II. Here's my theory right now. Manny swapped the statues and then hired Damask II to steal it back, knowing he would fuck it up and get caught. Probably didn't plan for him to get murdered, but he would get caught, which would reinforce the idea that that's the real one? Wait, but then they swapped them? Never mind, I don't know. This note, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Damask II to steal the Primiduck statue. Manny tried to steal Alabast's Primiduck statue? Yeah, he ate it. He broke it up into tiny little pieces and snuck them out one at a time. We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Cochin? I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. Can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Job for Damask. I believe you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Damask II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatagarasu and the fire here, that got canceled, didn't it? Hahaha, I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been canceled. For you see, Babal's statue was just a replica. And did Cochin know about the Babal's Primiduck statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be all right. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopia ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. Probably less suspicion on him so he could keep smuggling stuff. I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oops. Ooh. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information I requested?
Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kate. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What is all this, Gummy?
It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Good work, Detective.
It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it's truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
Yeah?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon? Oh, I mean little thief. Yeah, you're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. Here we go. Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Nice. Oh. Seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible we might find the escape route the person K saw used as well. I didn't even check the fireplace yet. What is this, some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating this room with the info I inputted. Really, that's certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. This is how I investigate when this music's playing. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. Two? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. Still can't believe that we found that undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we could play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Does it have a secret compartment rotatey thing? Sheesh. You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? Now you can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damask 2 was killed. What? You don't mean the Master Mask 2? Poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though Damask 2 is merely an imposter of the original. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? We preserved the crime scene. Yep. Here's the this you changed from before the fire, just got a little burnt, that's all. Very fine desk, I'm sure it's even now it's still usable. If it's that great, why don't you trade your desk with it? No. Just a suggestion, you didn't have to get all monosyllabic on me, you know. Never. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? And thanks to this safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the wonderful promise of treasures within. This one certainly did have a few inside. All the boss makes you think of One Piece. He took a bite of the gum-gum. It's an illusion, you fall on his ass, but it'd be funny. Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? It would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Yeah, well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. If you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they made the Jammin' Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. Can't believe she took me seriously. It looks like one of the Ablaze knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon, and Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? Not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. All the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire? Don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu. The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. Because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf. You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere? You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. Could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. The true thief can steal the memories. Is there water all over the floor? Because it sure looks like it. Shit. This grandfather clock, it was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot on every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something? Ambassador Plano, may we take a look inside that clock? Go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock.
Yes, sir. I'm on it.
We love a clock.
I found this inside, sir.
It looks like a length of wire. This is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? Sounds like it wasn't Mr. Polino that put the wire in there. Perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did it. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Polino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. This fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Plano was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. That person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That's very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. So maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire is green, we've seen something that burns green, alright. It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. I do believe that what you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire burns the same color as green?
Take that!
This silhouette lantern, its green flame comes from the wit crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established the green flames were caused by wit crystal oil. We already knew that. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from wit crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Plano was mistaken about, right? Precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation.
What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir?
I suppose. I'll explain in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from wit crystal oil that Ambassador Plano was mistaken about.
Take that!
Babali's ink is made from wit crystal oil.
Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern.
Precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babali's ink, because we found the ink he used on his desk. Exactly. However, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. What do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babali's ink, this is the source of the green flames. The hot dogs. The counterfeit bills.
Take that!
What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhengfa. No, not Wilk. Please don't bring back Wilk. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Wilk never dies. And I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. But yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime, for they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Good. What about this? It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies? That's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those babies right around, like a record. Baby right round. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Good. What else? Kind of fireplaces renovations? Is that connected? Is that connected? What else? The Bruno statues have already been swapped by this time. It must have been, as this one's covered in soot. What lousy timing, and just as the two countries were about to become friends again. It would have been better if I'd stolen it than for it to get caught up in that fire. I think I understand your sentiment. However, if you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way, right? if you could please stop stealing my lines. Detective, you took part in the initial Ball investigation, correct?
Yep, sure did. I also helped out put out fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First, I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, yeah, I'd have been burnt to a crisp.
Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator.
Oh?
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came to the Babalese embassy at all?
I didn't personally. And the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. Never use the elevator in fire. Yeah. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast.
That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic.
No one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal?
Yep. All I saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know.
Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake, Callisto U. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused more mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, then disappeared.
What is he?
He was just badass in a long coat. Oh, that's the embassy's janitor. Badass McLongcoat. Hello, I was out walking my cat at the time. I have an alibi. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu?
I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and I was lost for a while there.
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective?
I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue.
Is that a fact?
Yep. It was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallways, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away.
Oh, that's probably when I found Mr. Cochin's body.
Yep, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could.
And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon?
Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did.
I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Next door? Agent Sheena mentioned something about her chasing the Yatagarasu herself earlier. Next door, and then the fireplace. Okay. That about confirms it for me. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then, during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her.
Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir?
Because he's talking to you. There's something else that bothers me. I should ask Poleno about it. Ambassador Poleno, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes. About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. That's right, you've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. I know, even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Including the interiors, no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. But then why was the clock moved? Even where the art is located is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op at the Jammin' Ninja? That's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. I gotta combine the thoughts in my brain palace. Can I fireplace this Sheena's location? Go! Damn it. I'm getting ahead of the game. Okay. Renovations, boundary symmetry, connect fireplaces. Can I do this? Yeah, connect this. Every room in the embassy is by. That is correct. The Alabastian and Babalese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabasta, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house.
Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir.
What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed, and my first thought is it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Looks like it's just another fireplace though, doesn't it? How do you turn it again? In Alabasta, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace.
I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. You scared me, sir.
There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. We found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? What? If we push this X, the fireplace wall should turn.
Revolving fireplace wall, that's neat. Well, you should hurry up and...
No. There's something we need to examine about this first. There's something I'd like to test.
Hey, like what?
I'll tell you later. For now, let's continue with the investigation. All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood. That's odd. Doesn't match up with what Mr. Polano said about burning stuff earlier in the day. What was the meaning of this contradiction? Was that it? I don't know what else would there be to look at. Do I have... Oops. Do I have his testimony was written down right? Here. Ambassador Polano, I said that you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking, and why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit that I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
You don't really think that Ambassador Polano is lying, do you?
No, there's no reason for him to lie, and I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Kay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... presto. Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us again, right?
You mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth's known for, you know?
There is really no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. What is he about to do? Alright, check this out. Look. How does that change things? The ashes left have disappeared. If we follow where this piece of information leads, we should be able to see the truth. It's time to use your secret weapon, right?
Go on, sir. Use your special skill.
I'll ignore your strange phrasing for now and focus on the information we have instead. And since the truth lies on the other side of this, I have to use my logic brain. Use your special skill of logic.
Is it revolving?
Neither of them could figure that out. Even though he's like, this revolves like the other one, he told them. The reason why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Polano said that he spilled some Babalese ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall. Okay. I was like, this is a lot of words to prove what we already know, but the point is proving that it has been rotated since they burnt the stuff earlier. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication the fireplace was used. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer, and after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. How much time did they have to murder a man, do whatever they wanted to do in there, and then head through a fireplace? She was chasing a person who was running. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. This is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. There we go. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room.
Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, who was that person, sir?
Yes, Detective. Agent Shi-Na. Kay's a very slow runner. Very slow. It's a lot of steps. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochin. I don't have any proof yet. However, I know she is hiding something from us. Why don't we go ask Mr. Sheena herself?
Hold it!
Not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Gumshoe?
Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damask 2's note.
Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away.
Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall.
Right now, sir?
No, next decade, of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it.
All right, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for a simple task, Detective.
Well, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn.
That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Bobbly's Ink Spill ambassador is there on the back wall.
Here I go, sir.
Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer.
But there's all that ash and stuff.
And your point is, now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? Not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these episodes. Mr. Edgeworth! A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect, for your sake. Yay, looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir.
I can see that. Good work, Detective.
Yeah, looks like you could use that fireplace like a door, sir.
Are you alright, Gummy?
I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all.
Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black.
Yep, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir.
I see. Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? Oh, no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but, you know.
I see. Very well then, as you wish. So, because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned about one other important fact. And that is, give him a new coat. I'll have to explain to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis on Mr. Kochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis along with Agent Lang and Agent Shi-Na.
Biz, it's going.
Is this a decent place to leave it? Cause I know we're only at the 5-hour mark, but my brain is turning into mush. I don't know if it's the halfway mark, but I'm not expecting the game to give us a clean break. All right. There's a lot of case left. We'll finish it next time. Ugh. Honestly, might not be a great place to leave it. Well, there's so much left. Wait, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, we'll come, I guess, try to finish it tomorrow. We'll see. Oh, great. No. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I noticed the rest of the building was messed up, but I didn't put together that was from a different fire. 3 streams there. It might be. We'll see. But thanks so much for hanging. We got a lot of case 5 and done. I don't know what we've learned. We spent a lot of time dealing with Larry, which almost gave us nothing. So much. It's like yeah, this case could have been more streamlined. They just really wanted to really run you around, I guess. Anyway. Now chat can go watch the Miles Dog video. Exactly. Go watch it. 1,000 times. This case is a mess. There's literally a bit where they're like, we learned nothing, right? Well, and we had to bring, yeah, what a just mess. It's good though. We're getting it. Thanks for hanging, thanks for chatting, thanks for helping me figure stuff out and being along for the ride. Let me double check what happened over here. Comes up start with soup. My face when I flanderized. Diddles. Empty librarian, thanks for 62 months. That's almost a year. Maya Spin. Ozo, thanks for 50 bits. How did you like Callisto U? I thought she was a great antagonist, and her laughing shtick got a bit overdone. Goes from laughing at Edgeworth and being full of stuff, just kind of laughing at him saying innocuous things. Yeah, it's a good bit that she's laughing a lot earlier. But then once you're confronting her, it doesn't feel like she's laughing because she's stressed, which they say that it's like a defense mechanism. That's not how it feels in practice. The first time, yeah, but like she does it a lot. She does a lot of laughing. Thank you. Thanks for reading. Extraterritorial rights, yeah. Yeah. I don't even know. Why Mouse, thanks for 100 bits. Been a long week past the Yowie. Yeah, thanks for 33. Gotta run because I have to play for myself. Enjoy it when you do. Runchi, thanks for the prime. Sorting into the 76 months. Lucy in chat, give this a sub to Bosco. Donkey Kong Coyote with 32. Can I get a house key? You sure can. And you can get this PNG I hand you when you give me a prime sub. Sampy also with a prime for 29 months. Yee. Sharon is Saren, thanks for 6 months. Whoop. Zamui, thanks for 100 bits. The Hetero. Larry. Alcast, thanks for 29 months. Scrib. Talvald, thanks for 50 months. Bradis, give this up to why are we here just to suffer? Tofu Raven with 10 months. Geeky Raid with 23. May the Ace games never end. That's true, they didn't say Ace Attorney, they said Ace games. I think, I would imagine there's lots of Ace games that will still be made. Ace Pride. Garbage Nirvana, thanks for 69 bits. Nothing with the Ace Attorney crew ever stays straight. Toaster McGhoster with 7 months. Ozzo, thanks for 50 bits. This case was a mistake. Yeah. Fertilino, thanks for 25. Have you checked if there are any extraterritorial beings in your area? Yeah. Dancing alien. Computer, thanks for 67 months. That's like one Twitch baby, right? Hope you're doing well and enjoying the game. I'm having a good time. This game's a mess, but that's Ace Attorney. I'm having fun. Ace Combat. Ace Attorney. Ace of Spades in Balatro. Ozul, thanks for 50 bits. Alba over the shoulder. Paper Stingray, thanks for the prime. Bagel, thanks for 68. Ozul, thanks for the bits. Line's the rival. Yeah. And Reprogram, thanks for 76. Thank you for it. Thank you all so much. I'm gonna go throw you over to someone else who's streaming. We'll pick this up next time. I don't know. We'll see if we finish it. Who knows? Who could possibly say? Ba-ba-ba-dum. Shabba-dabba. Ba-ba-da-bum. Who are we gonna go raid? Who are we gonna go say hi to? Oh, Urethra, the fireplace. Let's go raid Jimmy. We haven't raided Jimmy in a hot minute. Hope he's doing well. Says he has follower or subscriber only chat, but Jimmy's playing Unpacking. Jimmy. Jimmy Wetzel. So if you are following, you can drop in I don't know. We could raid with the word Jimmy. I don't think he has the emote. That would be a nightmare. Imagine if my name was Jimmy and anytime you try to say my name, it posted a frog, you know? That would be good. Sam. Thanks for hanging. Have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow. All right, it's Thursday. I know what day of the week it is. I did have to check to make sure. So we'll pick it up tomorrow. I don't know if we'll finish it tomorrow, but we're gonna finish it at some point. So thanks for hanging. And have a good one. Whatever you're gonna be doing. Can you legally change your name to be a frog emoji? I think you'd have to get a judge to agree to that. So if you get a judge like an Ace Attorney judge, you could probably get that to work. Would it still highlight the name of the streamer chat? That's the real question, right? I mean, to be fair, I do have the bar Y emote, which is like a little Barbatar doodle. And when people put that in the chat, it shows up as the text. So it actually overwrites that. Yeah, that one. So like in chat, it shows up as the face, but in my chat I look at while I'm streaming, it says the text and it's highlighted like a name. So yeah, actually that would work. Good. Anyway, raid's going. Goodbye. Get the fuck out of here. I can't think about lawyers for another 24 hours. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. Get out of here. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you're enjoying Case 5. It's a doozy. Have a good one. Go treat yourself to a samurai hot dog. I'll see you next time.